Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
LT's playlist today brought to you by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Greg from Pell City. Nobody does it better than Greg. Greg will get up on the roof. He'll give you a free, no-cost roof inspection. He'll tell you if you need a new roof, what you need done to your roof, or he may do like Rockstar and say, hey, let me take care of this for you. I think the insurance should pay everything, or I don't think you need anything done to your roof. That's the kind of guy Greg is. Greg from Pell City, and for $99, he'll also take care of the pipes and the sealants and everything around where the chimney goes to keep all the water out. Greg from Pell City on Facebook. Look it up. Find out how you get the free no-cost inspection, or go to Storm Restoration Roofing, 542-3531, 205-542-3531. Brown was right. We really don't have time to do this playlist right now. You can't do it in 45 seconds. Why rush it? I'd like to talk through it. I did see a story, though, that Mary J. Blige.
Well, can we go 2 minutes long on the show?
It throws us all through. So let's just do it tomorrow.
Okay, let's do it tomorrow.
Mary J. Blige had a big health scare, mental health in her 20s, and then a physical health scare in her 30s. And she is talking this week about how mental and physical health is the only reason she gets a halftime at the Super Bowl now. So she's an advocate for taking care of yourself, like we did on the show today. Everybody reached out and took care of me. Thank you, guys. 2 steaks erased.
What a walk in the park. I mean, that was child's play for you. I mean, you don't feel anything.
Oh, I don't feel great. I'm tired, but part of that is I only slept about 3.5 hours
you
last
felt
night.
just as bad before you ate the meal.
Yeah, I think actually the meal made me feel a little bit better.
Yeah.
2 steaks down, though. That was good. And maybe if Bryan Harsin doesn't get fired and coaches in 5 more Iron Bowls, it was a +3 day for me.
You got a better chance of that meal killing you later today.
That is a true statement by Lance to end the show. If I'm back tomorrow, I beat the odds. If not, God bless you, God bless me, and God bless America.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com. Hey, if you're looking for a local agent to handle all of your insurance needs, you need to call my good friend James Anthony at the James Anthony Agency, 205-985-7717. Hoover, Birmingham, Northport, and Tuscaloosa. Has been in business over 20 years. The James Anthony Agency.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself, or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, 2 things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live show now Friday. Behind the big glass, I see Lunsford. I see Forrester. I see Rockstar. I thought maybe Brown would be out today because we're back into the 70s and maybe he doubled up tee time on the golf course, but he's here.
71 today.
There was a chance I wouldn't be here.
Why?
With a clogged digestive tract, but
Clogged arteries.
But I'm
Clogged
here.
digestive tract.
But I'm here.
It's constipation.
Right.
But I'm here. I thought this chair could be empty on Monday.
That's right. In celebration?
Day after the Super Bowl.
Valentine's Day.
Yeah, Valentine's Day. Nobody's a lover like our boy LT. But Lance not here. Rockstar, where is Lance?
It looks like he's in his car.
Let's take a live look at Lance Taylor right now. Where are you, Lance?
You know, I would love if we could have crystal balled yesterday's show going off into the opening of today's show, Friday's show. If I would have seen this, I'd have been like, oh, my God, I got tickets. Somebody flew me out last night. I'm on the 405. I'm in Los Angeles. Unfortunately, I am on Highway 280. I just passed where Grandview and Marriott, the Marriott Hotel, that intersection probably 30 minutes ago. And I haven't moved in literally 15 minutes. So I'm, less than a mile from the studio. I told Brown if there was somewhere I could park on the shoulder, I would just park and walk because I don't know what's going on. It's gotten so bad. I pound so many liquids in the morning. I drank over 70 ounces this morning from when I got up around 6 o'clock until I got in my car. And, normally it's an 8 to 10 minute commute. I had to go to the bathroom so bad. I did something I haven't done in forever. I put it in park. I pulled the joggers down and I pissed in a cup.
Wow.
That's rough there.
So what do you do?
Joggers.
Just a couple questions. Just for context, it's usually an 8 to 10 minute drive for LT. How long have you been in the car?
I have been in the car for an hour and 7 minutes.
An hour and 7 minutes, so about 1 hour added to your drive this morning so far, still counting. And the Chick-fil-A cup, when you use that cup to go number one in, do you put it in a cup holder and wait until you get out to throw it out, or do you pour it out of the window? It's okay. Live look at the cup.
Okay.
So it's there right now.
Oh, I thought it was a 32-ounce cup. Thought you had to go really bad. Yep.
No, I had to.
Stroll back in.
Unfortunately, I had napkins in the car. I mean, this was one of those days the roommate had ordered DoorDash, and I never get DoorDash. I normally eat a Perfect Bar or Cliff Bar just on the way in. And so I had a Chick-fil-A biscuit and a diet lemonade waiting on me. And I was like, and I was going to save it for the office. But, once I got into this traffic, I ate the biscuit just sitting here. I drank the majority of the lemonade. And then I started to think when I was talking to you, Brown, I was like, man, this is going to be a problem. So I dumped the rest of the lemonade out. I had that left, but fortunately I had some napkins. I'm getting really graphic here to be able to back this thing up because it started to fill the cup up. It's like an 18-ounce, 20 maybe ounce cup.
Yeah.
And so I haven't completely emptied the tank, if that makes any sense.
It
And that's
does.
really difficult to do.
That is hard to do.
Did you consider the Yeti? Or you'd have to, if you had to go, like if you did not have the cup, would you have
Here's
gone
the
to the
problem.
Yeti? What? It's the Rams Yeti.
You see what's on there?
I got it, but you don't want to wet your pants either. And once you go in
I know.
once you go in the Yeti, that one goes in the trash, right? You can't wash that enough to get it out of your mind.
Yeah, I would agree. I think disrespecting the Rams Yeti like that on Super Bowl 56 weekend, I think would be a little too much. So I just decided to go in the Styrofoam cup. I'll be able to finish out once I get, if I ever get there. I mean, I don't like, this is like eerie because you look at the other side of the 459 bridge heading up to the summit and there's no cars.
Yeah.
And there hasn't been any cars traveling that route
it's
in
shut down.
25, 30 minutes.
Yeah, and
shut down.
And our boy Lunsford passed it on the way in. He says as many as possibly 7 cars involved on the 280 this morning, and Brown confirming 1 overturned.
Well, that's from Fox 6 and 13 and everybody
Fox
else.
6, 13, all the local stations who are out there.
Well, I hope everybody's okay. You know what's ironic is when I got in the car this morning, I had taken the kids to dinner, and so I had it on Kiss FM. And so I hear Seacrest, and normally I flip it immediately over to like the NFL Network or something. And he said, hey, coming up in a minute, we're going to have Kelly Stafford, Matt Stafford's wife, to talk Super Bowl 56. So I kept it on, and they went to a traffic update. And you could tell this girl, fresh out of, whatever community college, total greenhorn. And she starts doing this, hey, we're on the 415 right now, and there's a backup, there's some debris in the road, and here on Kiss FM, we hope nobody's injured, but if you are, we've got the attorney you need to call.
That's not a great. They do that every morning. That's just great placement advertising.
Wow,
If you've been involved in an accident, yeah, absolutely.
It seemed a little much, but hey, something we probably would do on the next round.
Something we would probably do. Are you kidding me? Yes, we would do that. Absolutely.
Yeah, new pitch coming Monday.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely, we would do that.
I just hate that we have to do traffic to do it.
Yeah. Well, we don't have to.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out. I want to show you guys.
Oh, we're getting out of the car.
We can get out of the car?
We're shut down to the point you can get out?
This is a live look. I mean, if any of our friends at the local TV station want to use this, is a live look at the car. I mean, my goodness. That is horrible.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not even an inching forward.
I can't make this stuff up, right? And this is terrible crap.
You want to interview those guys?
Live interview.
Yeah, interview these guys. See if they mind being on live. You need to ask them that first.
Yeah, get them to download the app.
Yeah.
He said 18-wheeler overturned. All lanes blocked.
Wow.
Yeah.
18-wheeler, according to him. Lunsford did not tell me that. He told me 7
Well,
normal
it does
cars.
look. I'm looking at the photo right now from Fox 6. It looks like a trailer of some sort is involved. I would agree. Yeah, we're across all the lanes there, Lance. You're not going anywhere too soon, I don't think.
Yeah.
You know what I just saw? You don't see a lot. People smoking in the old cab of the truck. They were both hitting heaters.
Oh, both those guys had one lit?
Well, I mean.
Well, it was a chick. I don't know if you noticed.
Excuse me. I did not. It was to my defense.
You didn't
it
get that close.
Video. Yes.
Hey, if you go back to your original camera angle, right when you just got back in the car, the sun had changed a little bit and was perfectly behind your head.
Yeah.
Oh,
there
like
you
that.
go. Yeah.
And
Beautiful.
I was like, this is like a classic, one of these straight to Netflix streaming, cart in a car, and you're there for 2 days, 3 days. The passage of time, the sun now setting behind Lance Taylor.
Rockstar made a great point. LT not only winning the cup, he put the lid and straw back in it.
That was going to be my thing. You may want to get rid of that straw so you don't get confused.
That's right. Yeah, don't panic early.
I've already thought about that multiple times because what was in there was the diet lemonade, and so that could be really confusing.
Now it's diet lemonade with some flair.
I have marked that.
Yeah, I'd mark that.
Yeah,
because I think drinking your own urine leads to further dehydration. Right? You cannot survive on your own urine.
Well, it depends on the situation
I thought in
you're
Capricorn. Was it not Capricorn 1, the movie? Dunaway, you've seen it because your dad thought it was based on a true story.
Documentary.
But I thought one of those guys, I don't know if it was it the Brolin character or OJ or Elliot Gould, one of them, they drank their own urine, I thought.
Yeah, I mean, at some point, it's a horrible decision, but there is some liquid in there. So if you are in the worst of worst scenarios, you can do that to extend your life a little bit longer.
Well,
I will tell you what I will do before we get to that point. I will totally F everybody on 280, and I will just leave the car as is, and I will walk into the Blue Lake building.
Okay. So how far you think it's a 5-10 minute walk from where you are?
I guarantee you, I'm not going to leave the car, but I could be sitting in that seat before we go to break.
Here's our live look of the accident now on from our 459.
This is our tower cam.
Southbound tower cam. Sorry, Mike Dubberly, if I'm stepping on your toes here. This is strictly a look down southbound there. That is a horrible scene.
Yeah,
and
that's bad, man.
That is a photograph is what that is right there. So it's not a live camera view.
I try to put it in perspective now. I used to get really agitated in traffic, but I try to put it in perspective. It would be much worse being in whoever's situation that is.
There's no doubt. Yep.
Yeah. So you gotta, you gotta just wait this thing out, and Fortunately, I'm safe. The people around me are safe, and hopefully this is not as bad as we think it is.
Lance, according to healthline.com, drinking your own urine is okay to begin with. However,
what? That's what I said.
Okay, well, I'm not done yet. Yeah. Urine contains concentrated salts and minerals, and to process salt, your kidneys require amounts of water. So to compensate for the increased salt intake, you have to pee out more water than you intake from urine. So it becomes a bad cycle for you, and you will die of dehydration if you drink your own urine.
The good news, I got about 20 ounces of water, so I can balance this. I think I probably live for a couple of days right here on 2.
Yeah, I would not go all water right now. I think I would save it and mix it just in case I have to drink my own urine, so I can mix in some water. I think that's the way I would.
And really, if it gets to a point, because the other side, 280 heading east is wide open, so I would assume that I could run over to Surin and get some lunch if I need it. So.
Yeah. Well, they are actually keeping those lanes open in case Bryan Harsin needs to get to Birmingham or back to Auburn. That's what.
Hey, do we have an update, by the way?
We do.
We do have an update. LT is live on the 280. We're going to keep him here right now. So he is not in Los Angeles. This is exactly how it would look, though. If you were in Los Angeles today going to the Super Bowl, this would be you're dressed for the game. This is the way it would be. This is the way the show would go. You can't see us, LT, I don't think. Can you?
I can. Yeah, I can see.
Yeah. Well, just for people who
because I can see y'all you're wearing your gear. I got Tampa gear. They got Dolphins gear.
That's right. We knew you'd be in Rams gear, so he's got his Dolphins gear on. I've got last year's Super Bowl champion T-shirt on, and I'm hoping you get one of these on Monday. I hope you order one of these on Sunday night. This was actually what the players wore on the field after my team won it. I hope you get a chance to order one right after the game. Slightly overpriced right after the game, but it was well worth it.
Oh yeah, you're drunk with excitement. You'll pay anything at that point.
It was well worth it. I bought 3 things right after the game. But all right, so we do have an update, Bryan Harsin, and it's brought to you today by our friends at Storm Restoration Roofing. Listen, right now, if he could, Greg Nelson's the kind of guy who would go down there and take over driving LT into work. That's the kind of guy. I mean, that's the kind of guy Greg is, right? He would do that. He also would get on your roof and give you a free, no-cost inspection. 0 cost to you. That's what Greg Nelson and the folks at Storm Restoration Roofing have been doing for years. One of the most respected roofing contractors in the SEC footprint. And I've visited with Greg many, many times. In fact, you'll see the Next Round logo rolling around on Greg's truck. And he's been doing this for over 20 years, locally owned, A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. And about that free, no-cost inspection, if you haven't had your roof inspected in a while after storms and, just wear and tear year after year with the sun, the heat, and the cold, then you need to get it inspected. And Greg will do it no cost to you, no out-of-pocket, no obligation. 205-542-3531, 542-3531, or look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City. It's Greg from Pell City Storm Restoration Roofing bringing you this Bryan Harsin update.
Since Lance is not here in studio, I just need to say out loud, and they just changed the shot on me. Boy, what Say Hey K is wearing today. Wait till they go back to that
I've
shot.
already seen her this morning.
Yeah, what is that?
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, if you want to know Rams love, LT's love for the Rams, Say Hey K from the Good Morning Football and NFL Network was on the one line. Yeah, a high list, a 1 seed.
Yep.
And she may be in a playing game in Dayton the way she's been dressing lately.
She's all in on the Bengals, and I wasn't even talking about the chain.
Hey, by the way, Brown, I found out she's a lifelong Bears fan. This is such a bandwagon hopper that she's pulling here.
I got you. Yeah, she's a big Bengals chain on. I was actually referencing more the neon green dress that looks like it's missing a sleeve. Hey, so Bryan Harsin obviously spent the day in Birmingham yesterday at the SEC coaches meeting. Happens every year. There's nothing new. It's just this year the media paid a ton of attention to it because of Bryan Harsin. Snuck in the side door. Only Alex Scarborough caught him there, who will join us a little bit later in the show, and came out that same door. It was weird when he came out the same door. Of course, the media was there waiting on him, right?
Of course.
There were some questions. He did not respond to any of them, but he tried to get in the wrong vehicle, which was kind of weird to me. Like, there were 2 vehicles sitting out. Both of them were black. One of them appeared to be some sort of Infiniti, the other a Tahoe that was a state trooper vehicle. And he got in the passenger side of that one, but he was trying to get in the driver's side of the other one, it appeared. So I'm not real sure. Bryan was a little confused there. But he gets in, drives away, didn't really have much to say. And as we have said on this show, the longer this goes, it appears untenable the longer this goes, the more power Bryan Harsin continues to accrue in this situation. We talk about it in relationships, like who's got the hand. I think that Rockstar, it goes back to Seinfeld, right?
Right.
Who's got the hand in the relationship?
Upper hand.
Upper hand.
I've got the hand. I've got hand.
I've got a hand in this situation.
She can't break up with me.
And the longer this goes, Bryan Harsin gets more hand in this situation. We've said that many times on this show, and it continues to go longer. It is continuing to be quiet on the Auburn front. Assistant coaches are still doing their job. Bryan Harsin is back from vacation. He's still doing his job. I did think there was one rather interesting development yesterday. There was a story that came out. There are a couple stories that circulated yesterday, and they're old stories, but it's a 24/7 guy that covers Boise up in Boise who writes a story about kind of, hey, it's great we're moving away from Bryan Harsin, moving on to Andy Avalos because Bryan Harsin's awful. That's basically what the story said. There was another story that came out yesterday that said Bryan Harsin was about to get fired at Arkansas State when he took the Boise job. And
not true.
Then Arkansas State athletics director, who now is the Central Florida athletics director, Terry, I think it's Mohair is how you say his name.
That's the way I say it.
Yeah. Basically came out and said that story is absolutely false.
100%
100% false.
Yeah.
We were very happy with Bryan. He had us headed to the right direction, and we were sad to see him go. So it is interesting that some of the reporting on both sides of this is kind of come into question now. So where we stand right now, it's very quiet, but it's another day that Bryan Harsin is still the head coach at Auburn, which can only be viewed as good for Bryan Harsin.
Yeah, there's video of Harsin doing, as I tweeted last night, LT, a route tree more complicated than any during the Malzahn era down at Auburn. He does a loop around one car and back to the other, just making you work harder as a local television photographer. Bryan Harsin getting into the car there and leaving the SEC offices. You guys have been saying it for a few days now. Nothing new from you guys. Y'all think there is a chance that he could still be the head coach at Auburn next year. At least Brown has been saying that for a few days. I have been saying that I did not think that is possible. But as we head into now another weekend, a second weekend with this going on for Bryan Harsin, where are you today, LT? I'll start with you.
I sided with you, Dunaway. I mean, I think it's inevitably, I mean, you got to give him his 18.3. I mean, again, he is dug in his heels. You know, I randomly got a call from a player's father yesterday that I haven't talked to in years. And this is a walk-on, and he played for both Malzahn and Harsin. And he said, look, their styles are obviously different. You were held a lot more accountable with Harsin, and there's just a lot of players that didn't like that. And, you know, Luganville told us earlier this week, you know, it's a different type of athlete out there. You got to handle them differently. But, you know, Harsin wanted to put a stamp on this program. And again, I never thought Harsin was going to be a guy that was going to lead them to championships, but I respect the fact that he came in and wanted to do it his way. You know, this kid's dad said that, you know, his kid hopes that Harsin is going nowhere. But he said, look, I just wanted to give you some insight. And, you know, I think the perception outside of the Auburn program is that this guy 100% is getting railroaded. And the more this thing drags out, it's a complete smear campaign. So, you know, Brown, you've said it all week, and Dunaway, you've agreed that, you know, if you're Harsin now, you can't take the only settlement you can take is you fire me without cause, you pay me the full 18.3, and then we can go our separate ways. And I still think ultimately that's what it's going to come down to.
Yeah, and it may. I don't know. I think the longer these things go, and we saw this with Tuberville, the longer it goes, Tuberville's didn't really drag on. What we saw with Tuberville was when Auburn fans who weren't real happy with the product got to the point where they're like, I'm not happy with the product, but this is not the way to do people. You know, you do something the right way. You don't do it the way they did it. And it completely turned the tide of public opinion back to Tommy Tuberville. Now, he backed it up. If Tuberville had gone 7-5 that next year rather than undefeated, he'd have gotten fired, right? I mean, he would have lost all that goodwill, but it gave him a bunch of goodwill. He goes undefeated. And I would say at the end of that undefeated year, Tommy Tuberville was a near 100% approval rating by Auburn fans. He was dominating Alabama, and he had Auburn in the national championship discussion and had a bunch of first-round players in the NFL draft. I think Auburn fans went from, I'd probably just rather him get fired and let's move on, to 100% approval rating, and it happened when his back was against the wall. I'm not going to say Harsin exits this with a 100% approval rating, but I do think Harsin could exit this with a higher approval rating than he went in with.
But that's the difference. You talk about the 7-5 would have gotten Tuberville run the next year. I think we all agree that a ceiling for Auburn, at least based on this roster, would be 7-5. So more than likely, you're looking at a 6-6, maybe even a 5-7. But if he is retained, there's no way you can fire him next year.
It's going to be tough. I mean, I'm not going to say he's bulletproof, but if he survives this, it will take a lot to fire Bryan Harsin after 2 seasons.
Damage done with the Auburn program by what the boosters have tried to do here. And I think if you continue to let him coach, you only hamstrung and tie up this program even more. So, but we'll see what they decide to do with their program. Tripp says the smear campaign is the tactic when you have absolutely nothing on someone. Look at the political arena in America right now. Jay says, here's my question. Is Harsin working with whatever investigation is going on to prevent him from being fired with cause? I mean, right now, LT, if I was working to try to get you fired from Double Down Media, when all this was going on publicly, how into coming to work at Double Down Media would you be today? I mean, it's hard hard to go to work whistling like Ryan Brown with everything going on.
It really is. I mean, obviously we've got a smaller unit, with our close group of employees. But, I said that, a week ago or a few days ago, I can't even remember when, that, it's going to be hard for Harsin to get past this because he knows there's so many, so-called important people in the Auburn family that don't want him to be there. And you've got so many players that have gone out, that have spoken out vocally. And I would assume that, 18 guys have already left the program. We've had guys that have actually, gone on record, the Smoke Mondays and the Lee Hunters of the world. But you wonder how many other of those players, I'm sure Harsin's probably thinking to himself, how many of these guys like me? Maybe he doesn't care, but it's got to be an uncomfortable situation moving forward. Tiger walk with Bryan Harsin, I just can't visualize it next year.
Yeah, this is not going to be clean and feel good. Not that Tuberville was either. He backed it up. It happened Iron Bowl week. He got a big Iron Bowl win, so then everybody gets the excitement. Harsin will not have that. The next thing for him is spring practice, right? And a spring game where, I don't know. I don't know what you expect out of that. I don't know what you expect to see a quarterback. So there's nothing he can do other than this to turn this back into his favor. It's going to be uncomfortable.
Tommy says LT this morning playing the role of stuck on 280 lady. Remember the shut down the ice storm?
Yeah, and Wimp and Sonny used to have 280 lady, didn't they?
Yeah,
back in the day.
I bet 280 lady never pissed in a cup.
Probably not. No, I think you've got the lead there.
No, that takes talent. That takes talent. All of you guys updating us on the situation there. Everyone noticed instantly when you showed the live look at your urine cup that the straw was back in it. Let's see it again. Show us. Have you taken the straw out yet? Nope. I would make that mistake so quick.
Oh, would you though?
The reason
out of habit, because I've always got something and I'm drinking.
Yep.
When you're in a restaurant and you take the top off, sometimes the server will go and you keep the top, or you'll run for the rest of the table and you'll take the drinks and you leave the top. So I had taken the top off to dump the ice, and obviously had to insert full junk into the cup. Man, it's a bad situation. And the problem is, the more we talk about this, no, I've got to go again, and we're not moving. So I really don't know what to do. If I could just get to this Grandview Parkway, where the what's that restaurant called?
Papados.
Never been to it. Papados.
Yeah.
If I could just park there, I think I can walk in.
Yeah. Well, let me just give you a piece of advice. You got out of the car one time, just empty the styrofoam cup, and that allows you to go again. Just pour it right on 280.
Yeah,
the rain will wash away.
Sure. I think worse has been poured on 280 than your urine.
Yeah, brown is the biodegradable. I'm going to throw a banana peel out the window. I think the banana peel is a worse look than me pouring piss on 280, right?
Well, the animals eat the banana peel.
Nobody's going to think it's number one. Especially if you have a little lemon in there from the lemonade, they're going to think, that guy's just pouring out some old lemonade.
Well, we've never done this on the air before. I'll pour out piss.
Wait, we don't want to see that.
You guys you're baiting him.
You can pour it out, but don't show it.
Yeah.
We don't want to actually see
I
that.
don't show you guys. Yeah. I'll just let you know that I'm doing it here.
Yep.
Okay. All right. So you have not moved an inch.
No, I'm not moving.
God, right now, best ratings in television. If that would spill all over his pants.
The line of profanities that would be unhurled if that spilled on his pants.
Yeah,
that would make.
And I've been really good, man. You guys know I've been a little less agitated. I've tried some new mind tricks in 2022, and Old me would not have been pleased right now, but hey, we're working through this. So now we've got an empty cup, still got straw.
We're back to square one. You got another place to go.
So when we go to break, I'll probably have to refill.
Yeah, well, continuous coverage right now. No breaks today. Continuous coverage. We're locked down on 280. No, we'll go to break. Okay, we'll go to break. I'll tell you what's coming up on the show after I tell you first about our friends with the Legion FC. Man, we're getting ready for soccer in downtown Birmingham with our pro soccer team. That's the Birmingham Legion FC. Protective Stadium is the home this year, and the team's first game in the new home is coming up Sunday, February 20th, 2:30 p.m. against the MLS Atlanta United. That's right. It's a pro versus pro game. It's our USL team against Atlanta's MLS team. We'll try to take them down again. Come check out the brand new stadium. Enjoy the lowest ticket prices in town and help Legion FC Pack Protective. Get tickets, merchandise, and a whole lot more today at bhmlegion.com, bhmlegion.com, or by following BHM Legion on social media. And by the way, a week from today, they've got to meet the team and unveiling of their new uniforms going on down at Protective Stadium too. What?
I kid you not. NBC 13, no joke, just retweeted our live stream and said, here is at the Lance Taylor live in the traffic jam on that Next Round Live. And what is the first thing they saw?
Him pouring out the cup.
Pouring his urine out the tub.
Wow. We probably should have.
Welcome to our show, everyone.
Yeah,
if you've never seen us, it's never been a better description of what you're getting.
Yeah.
Yes.
NSFW right
That's
there.
That's right. Welcome in.
Ryan Kelly in 1 hour talking Super Bowl, the former Alabama center with the Colts, all-pro center there, and Alex Scarborough on the Bryan Harsin Day at the SEC meetings and more at 11 o'clock. This is your home for number ones and number twos. It's TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemphill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemphill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Hey guys, Scott Forrester from The Next Round here. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. I'm excited to begin my weight loss journey. I went in for my consultation last week and I've already lost 5 pounds. Leslie and her team have taught me how to go about reaching my goals the right way and are there to answer questions and hold me accountable along the way. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com and learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
With college football coming to a close, the work doesn't stop for Lance'sLock.com. College hoops, the NBA, the NFL playoffs, all the way through the Super Bowl. If there is action out there, we've got action on it. Get on board with us. It's the greatest deal in the history of sports gambling at only $90 a month. That breaks down to $3 a day, and you get it all. Basketball, football, baseball, and more. Go to Lance'sLock.com to subscribe. If you're tired of losing, start playing and win with us. Lance'sLock.com. Again, go online, Lance'sLock.com.
Super Bowl, Harsin, big basketball weekend all coming up. UAB a winner last night in basketball. Wasn't easy to start with, but they blow them out at the end. Blazers win at 84-63, still unbeaten at home. Jordan Walker with 25, not close, and a big win over Southern Miss. Auburn number 1 at least for one more day with game day in town against Texas A&M tomorrow. Gonzaga gets a win last night, though, so they likely will make it through the weekend without a loss. They've won 65 straight at home. Michigan hammers Purdue. Brownie, right when you said, not sure I can trust Purdue in the tournament, they go out and get beat 82-58 last night. Not even close in that contest. Troy and South Alabama.
The lock was Michigan.
The lock was Michigan. We could hear that, LT. Hey, because WVTM 13 has us on their live stream right now, and they did tweet back with a laughing emoji, timing is everything, Lance. Can you get out of the car again? Are you moving at all a little bit now?
I'm moving, but some nice lady let me jump in front of her because it looks like the lane going to the Blue Lake building might be closed. So I'm in like a middle lane now.
Okay. Well,
I don't know what to do now. They're throwing me all the way over, like where I guess I could pass and then I can come back around through Cahaba Heights. But it looks like, hell, I can't even tell what's going on. It's a slow move now. I know I could get over to Papados. Oh, you know what? Yep, I have made a mistake here. Now I'm jumping back. I'm going to piss some people off because most people are trying to get over here to get on 459 or continue downtown.
But you cut through the
but it is moving a little bit.
Yeah, moving a little bit. Can you flip the camera around for our WVTM 13 simulcast right now? Yeah. Just so they can see the traffic.
Hold on. Okay, so I'm going to go front. Okay, so that's in the back.
Okay, there's a live look for all of you that are getting actual news coverage from the next round today.
Actually moving here. I'm going to go. Son of a.
Oh, wow. Very, very. NBC 13.
I can't. I don't know what to do here.
Jerry Tracy just dropped his telestrator.
You know what? I'm going to try to.
Can you not?
Well, no, you just hold what you got.
Yeah, no. I think you're fine in that right lane.
Just stay where you are because the turn lane's coming up.
Yeah, you're almost to the turn. You got it.
Yeah.
You got it. We're free.
The turn's coming up.
Is the turn blocked?
Why would it be blocked?
Well, it appears blocked.
There we go.
Yeah, just break those.
Hey, is there any way I need to go to the Blue Lake building? Is that's closed totally? Can I park my car here?
Live on the air.
Can you not?
Why is that closed?
Well, because
that car is coming out.
Oh boy.
Okay. Okay.
I don't understand.
You're going to have to go around that way.
Yeah.
And then probably wait till it open up for about another 30 minutes.
So down at the bottom of this is closed out? Okay. Can I come back through your cone?
Get back up.
Okay.
Oh, back up.
Ask him if he's downloaded the app.
Yeah.
You know about the next round? You listen to the next round? Okay, cool. He said he's heard of it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. He just wants you out of his combs.
Other guy's smoking. That's 3 smokers on a Friday morning.
I mean, what would you do in traffic other than smoke or pee in a cup? Yeah.
Is that our boy Brett from New Mexico?
Could be.
Hey, honk if you're Brett.
He's on hold.
Hey, look, I think I can shoot that gap. Look at that.
Yeah, go.
Oh, but if it's blocked at the bottom, LT.
No, you're moving now. Rockstar's right. Cut through the summit and you're home free.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
That's always
So
good.
here's the debris. There's no.
Oof. Looked like it was rough.
Ugh.
Yeah, I mean, the destruction on a car like that.
That is scary.
Yeah.
Yep. God help them. I hope everybody's okay.
Yeah. All right. That's going to conclude our coverage on WVTM 13 of traffic.
Yes. Thank you for joining us.
We're going to let Lance drive. We appreciate everyone who picked us up live there.
I've never been able to go this fast over 459.
Drop the hammer now. They're not going to be any cops.
All right, man. We're going to let you drive.
We'll see you when you get here. in the studio in a moment. Be very careful.
There
okay?
goes Lance.
Right,
there goes
bye-bye.
Lance. Lance brought to you by our friends at Nichols Outfitters today.
That is right. Jimmy Dunaway, Nichols Outfitters wants your gun. If you got a firearm, maybe a hunting rifle, shotgun you don't use anymore, Nichols Outfitters may be interested in purchasing it from you. Perhaps you upgraded your hunting firearms a few years ago. You still have the old one. Don't hang on to it and let it collect dust or fall into disrepair. Nichols Outfitters will pay you for your old firearm. Drop by and talk to our team about what you can do to get your firearm to them. Nichols Outfitters, exit 242 in Pelham.
Brett from New Mexico, or all over, with his own traffic update. Brett, how are you today, buddy?
I'm doing good, guys. How y'all doing?
Awesome, man.
I'm in eastern Oklahoma. I was going to tell Lance if he was still stuck on 280 tomorrow when I got to Birmingham, I'd come pick him up.
If it came to that, you would not have wanted to pick him up. Trust me.
Yeah.
Oh, I know. So I got a suggestion that I think all 3 of you guys can buy into for a punishment, but I need to clarify some stuff.
Okay.
All right. Dunaway, you did graduate from the University of Montevallo, correct?
I am a college graduate, MBA in communications with a minor in public relations.
All right. Lance did graduate from the University of Alabama.
He did.
That
He's
is
an
right,
Alabama graduate. I don't know what his major is.
Okay, the major's not a big deal.
Yeah, but
And,
engineering.
and it's been beat to death that Ryan is a few credit hours short of actually being a graduate from Jack State.
That is correct.
That is
yes.
correct.
All those things are true, I believe.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so
in the bio we list him as attended Jack State.
Okay, so here is and it's going to be cost effective because there's not a lot of travel involved. There's a limited out of pocket expense involved. But the loser of the bracket challenge this year at SEC Media Days has to wear a pair, some kind of apparel, hat, T-shirt, whatever, from their school alma mater. So for Ryan, you'll have to do Sachs
Okay.
High School.
Right?
Right?
Yes. Sachs. Yes.
Everybody's got a whiteboard. You might have to buy an extra one. On the whiteboard, you have to put on there, I lost our bracket challenge, and this is my punishment. Once an hour, for every day you're at the SEC Media Days, you have to stand up and sing your alma mater song.
Between the Hills. Oh, that's Thompson.
Oh, so is it high school or college alma mater? High school alma mater?
Well,
for you.
yours is going to be high school.
Oh, that's true. Good point. That's the only one I got.
Okay. And Montevallo or Alabama for Dunaway or Lance.
I'm not sure I even know the first word of Montevallo.
Red and white are colors.
I can go back to Thompson.
Hey,
Between the hills of Old Silver nestles Thompson High.
What's the rest of it?
I don't know after that.
Let me see if I can finish mine. Red and white are colors true. We to thee do sing. No, I can't.
Is that Jack State or Sachs?
No, that's Sachs.
Yeah.
It goes something about, it's the same alma mater every high school has. We just got different words.
But once an hour for all 4 days of media days, and while you're doing the show, you don't have to wear the apparel except for when you're standing up holding the sign and singing.
Okay.
So, like if you're wearing a T-shirt, you got a quarter zip hoodie, you're on, take it off, Ryan. You've got your Saks High School T-shirt or throw on a hat or something. But and it's pretty simple.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's in the hopper there, Brett. Thank you very much. In the hopper. We need ideas.
Yeah. That's for our bracket challenge every year that we will do whenever Brown loses the bracket at the end of April.
Yep.
Which is a tradition unlike any other here on the show. So we've given you a Bryan Harsin update, gave you the basketball scores from last night, did not talk about the disastrous play in the Clemson Duke game. And David Collins gets a flagrant ejection as he takes out the legs of Wendell Moore, who was on a breakaway dunk and had stolen the ball from David Collins. And it seemed like maybe David had been fouled on the steal, but there was no call. And on the breakaway dunk, Collins chases him down and just never jumps or anything. He just takes the legs out from under him and flips him down onto his back, and it's an ejection from the game. It's amazing there wasn't a fight in that situation.
I was really surprised that Duke's guys didn't come. I don't know if you saw the same piece of video I saw. I didn't see this live, obviously. But when Coach K comes out to check on him, he's staring down in disbelief. It appears you can only see the back of his head, staring down both the guy that did it and the Clemson coach. Like, what? Well, I mean, what are you even doing?
Yeah. Well, you expect the ACC to suspend him, and maybe an added suspension on from the Clemson side of it, or maybe Clemson takes care of it and the ACC doesn't have to do it. But I think as a conference, you can't let something that egregious go without some penalty from you as well.
I was surprised Duke's players did. I really was. Yeah. I mean, in the NBA, that is a bench clearer in the NBA.
Now, luckily, he got up. He was okay, continued the game, no problem, and Duke won it 82-64. It was a lot closer game in Duke than it was last night in Clemson. It was a heated atmosphere. I mean, we see it in basketball this time of year, conference game, a chance to get, resume game for Clemson to, help them and maybe upset Duke there. But to do something that flagrant, I mean, not even a hard foul, jumping. I mean, if you were jumping and you whack down across his face and arms.
You're trying to block the shot.
Yeah, I mean, that's good old 1988, bad boys, Pistons basketball. But to undercut somebody's legs like that, and, I'm a forgiving kind of guy, suspend him and then let him come back. We're not going to hold it against him the rest of his life. But, boy, you have a chance of really hurting somebody in that situation.
There's no doubt. Yeah. There's no doubt. Their next game's at BC, who's not very good. If I'm Krzyzewski, I wouldn't have minded it if my team got in a scrap there. Yep. Just to show a little edge, show a little love and defense for their teammates.
Team unity there. Somebody.
Even if some guys got suspended for the BC game, even if I lost that game, I think I could have gotten more out of a galvanizing moment with my team. I was just surprised there wasn't more of that. Now, I'm a lover, not a fighter, Jimmy, but that's what I expected to see was at least one of his teammates come to his defense.
I think there was a little disbelief
I agree.
that it happened, like the end of the Auburn-Arkansas game with the dunk and the spin around and put your junk in the guy's face. That that can lead to a punch or two, right? That could upset you enough. But that's no threat. That's embarrassing somebody. That's not possibly killing somebody. And I mean that was just a brutal hit last night. When I saw that happen in the game, I mean I was one of those, I couldn't believe it. I couldn't even say anything. I just went, "Oh my God." And I just hoped he was okay.
Yeah.
But when you see Coach K walking down, and you've seen Coach K enough to know he wasn't just staring. He was saying stuff.
I guarantee you he was, and I blame him not one bit.
Yeah, but I'm surprised at that point Clemson players didn't come off the bench saying something back to him. That could have gotten really ugly last night, and it did not. And you go back to who was the player that was tripping everybody during
Grayson Allen.
During Coach K's
Duke's had
time.
Their fair share of dirty players.
Yeah.
I mean, let's don't pretend they haven't. But I've never seen something as flagrant as that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was not jumping shoulders to the knee area of a guy dunking the basketball. It was a desperate play there and just a tragic. Luckily, nobody really hurt in that one, and we'll see what happens to David Collins today as Duke got the basketball win. What's going on in college football when we come back? A couple of moving parts away from the Bryan Harsin situation, and at 10:25, we'll talk to Ryan Kelly. This is the next round right here on TNR.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter @ScottForresterTV.
This hour of the next round is presented by Culver's, located in Stadium Trace, just off 459 and 150 in Hoover. And coming soon to Tattersall Park on the corner of 119 and 280. Culver's, welcome to delicious.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com.
When you have questions about your urological health, count on the healthcare experts at Urology Centers of Alabama. With 16 locations and a team of specialists across Alabama, you can find help you need from a trusted UCA physician. Get started at urologycentersalabama.com.
I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. If you're like me, you love being outside in the summertime, and summer seems like a long way away, but it really isn't. That's why my friends at Wayne's is ready to get your lawn in shape so you enjoy a barefoot good summer lawn. Right now, you get the first month free with a 1-year EnviroLawn agreement with the offer code TNR. Use TNR and get the first month free. Serving Alabama for almost 50 years with locations all across SEC country. Call Wayne's today, 866-WAYNES-1, or visit callwaynes.com.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
Hey, Lance Taylor here with The Next Round. A message from our friends at New Balance Birmingham. It's still cold weather, so it may seem a little harder to stay healthy and get the exercise you need. Cardio will help build your immune system. Throw on a jacket, get outside, take a brisk walk or jog, or stay inside. Walk or run on the treadmill or go to the gym, but you need to get a proper fitting shoe to get the most out of your exercise. The fit specialist at the New Balance Birmingham store, they can help. Visit them today. The New Balance store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham for the perfect fit every time.
Everybody makes New Year's resolutions. This year, how about a suggestion for the best resolution ever? If you're buying a new home or selling yours, use Holly Mack Wilson. Let a true experienced professional help you. Holly gets her clients' homes sold quickly and usually for more than asking price. Let Holly Mack Wilson help you buy with confidence and sell with success. Make the best resolution ever and call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446. That's 205-901-9446. Holly Mack Wilson, a Tuscaloosa Keller Williams agent.
Stay up to date with The Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Chat room, damn, I just watched that undercut. I'm hot-tempered and have done some bad things in sports, but that guy needs his butt whipped for that.
Are we going back Duke? And
that
Clemson?
dude lands on his back of his head,
man.
and it could be, we were just talking about that. And We were surprised that not one Duke player went to throw a punch or anything. It was a very calm reaction from the Blue Devils.
Yeah, little surprised. I have seen all-out brawls in that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. LT is now in studio with us after a hour and 40-minute drive into work today.
Always fun, man.
Glad to have you in. Super Bowl weekend, which is brought to you in part today by our friends at Mortgage Right.
Hey, in today's world, responsibilities don't stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it can possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into the dream home with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right does all the heavy lifting. Make home ownership easy. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
In college football, Zach Mettenberger is now an offensive analyst in Tuscaloosa, which will skyrocket his coaching trajectory quite a bit. So congratulations to Zach there.
Pretty good quarterback back in the day.
Yeah, hung on in the NFL for a little bit, too. It's not like the guy was a bum.
Got some starts, absolutely. Surprising turn at Ole Miss. Chris Kiffin, Lane Kiffin's younger brother, for a month has been in Oxford, left the Cleveland Browns. Yesterday decided to go back to the Cleveland Browns. 39-year-old Chris Kiffin. I couldn't work for my brother. My brother couldn't work for me. You and Reed have a great relationship, but
yeah, look, I mean, there was moments, we've worked together now for 8-10 years, and the dynamic can get interesting, but I think what we've got and how we all work so well together now, but there can be trying moments.
Yeah, we're in a less high-stress situation than football coaching, too. I mean, there's not much sleep, a lot of stress that goes into that.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, the only stressful situation we ever had was when we worked for corporate.
Yep.
And I think there's more high stress in corporate, if that makes sense.
No, there's no doubt there is. Yeah.
Absolutely. Hunter Yurchek gets a contract extension. He's the AD at Arkansas. $1.25 million a year is what he'll make to be the AD now. 2027 he's signed through, does a really good job there at Arkansas. So we're to the Super Bowl weekend, and that always brings the announcement of the Hall of Fame class. And I was going over these with Brown before the show. This is a class that lacks a lot of firepower. There's not a lot of big names in this. Dick Vermeil did get in. Cliff Branch from my childhood was a great receiver for the Raiders. And then you get Tony Baselli, who I would have assumed was already in, Leroy Butler, Sam Mills, Richard Seymour, and Bryant Young. Those are the guys. First time since 2012, a first year on the ballot guy did not get in. What did you think of this class when they made the announcement last night?
I mean, a little ho-hum, I'll give you that. I mean, the only one that really, really jumps, Baselli, is, one of the best tackles ever. I mean, Vermeil, I think he did a lot for the game because, went from coaching in a Super Bowl with the Eagles to getting into broadcasting, getting back into coaching and winning a Super Bowl with the Rams. So he is a big name. Is he deserving? I'm not really sure. I like that Sam Mills got in. There was always something about Sam Mills I really respected from his New Orleans days to his Panthers days. It was his final year of eligibility, but there's some guys that haven't gotten in. I don't understand. Not being a homer here, Torrey Holt was one of the best wide receivers, top 3-4 guy for almost a decade. Another guy, Andre Johnson. I mean, just a completely dominant guy with the Houston Texans. Now, he's still got plenty of ballot left, and I think ultimately he's going to get in. And Devin Hester was one of these guys. I know it was first year for Hester, but Hester might be the best return guy that we've ever seen.
And for me, I really think DeMarcus Ware, the Troy guy, who
he'll get in.
Really good. Yeah. I think he'll get in eventually.
When you normally in a class, there's the primo guy, and he's the one that speaks last. And in most cases, the game is built with his former team involved. Who is that guy in this class? Is it Tony Baselli? It's going to be hard to sell the Jags in that Hall of Fame game.
Yeah.
Coming off the season.
The thing was he had an abbreviated career because of the injuries.
Yeah, I don't know who the primo guy is. And I mean, Peyton Manning was obviously
I don't think Richard Seymour is that guy. Seymour was really good and played for world championship teams.
You know what they could do? They could go off of Baselli and Sam Mills and make it Panthers, Jaguars.
I mean, I'll be starving for football at that point, but today that game is yucky.
Yeah.
And I know it's a preseason game no matter who it is.
But you end up watching a lot more of that than you probably should. So that's the Hall of Fame that is going in, the big announcement. LT's with us. If you missed the start of the show, was stuck in traffic because of a horrible accident on 280 this morning, and he is finally in here now. Everyone were dropping comments in. We enjoyed that update on the right end very much. Bracket challenges, we're starting to accept those coming in. We've got a few of those in the Farm Folio chat room. We'll get into those a little bit later in the show.
Yeah, tell me one is not pissing in a cup for a week.
Already done it.
Yep.
Well, you're a day in.
I've already gone twice in traffic today. I'm just saying, I cannot imagine having to do that
6 more days
every time for a week.
And submitting proof.
And submitting proof, exactly. So let us...
you got it in the green room back there.
Yeah, you can start thinking about it. Think about it over the weekend and start dropping the suggestions on what our bracket challenge should be, because before you know it, we'll be picking a bracket for March Madness coming up. So we're ready to go. Super Bowl weekend. I hope you're fired up for the weekend.
I am really excited about this weekend. I was with our friends from Memphis doing a radio hit yesterday, and they were asking me the anxiety because one was a 49ers fan, one's a Falcons fan, and they were talking about their weeks leading up. And I said, look, I like the 2-week break if your team's in it, because you hear a lot of coverage. Because they were talking about, the point was, we haven't heard a lot of coverage on this game. And I said, well, if you're a fan of one of the teams, you can hear coverage if you want it, because all you got to do is turn into the NFL Network. That's all they do is interview players and coaches from those teams.
Yeah, so if you want,
I'm really excited.
Yeah, you should be. And we'll get to LT's playlist for halftime. I wrote down a few songs that I thought would be on there. I'd be interested to see if I got anywhere close to what is actually on there. And then I want to know what he's eating on Super Bowl Sunday coming up. Do you eat heavy? Do you have heavy hors d'oeuvres? Do you have meals? We'll find all that out from Lance over the next 3 hours. Ryan Kelly talking Super Bowl, part of the conversation coming up, as we are brought to you every day by our friends at Bud Light from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studio. This is The Next Round.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
We'll get to more phone calls in just a second as we go to hour number 2 live here on the Next Round. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, and Lunsford all with you today. These headlines brought to you by our friends at JohnstonRVCenter.com.
That is where you go, Jimmy Dunaway, for a family-owned operation, first of all, Rodney and Nick Johnston, for the top-selling trailer dealer in the state of Alabama, for exclusive lifetime warranty from RV Warranty Forever on all new models and used models under 2 years old, financing, and for the home to Cherokee, America's #1 selling camper brand. It is JohnstonRVCenter.com, I-65 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur, JohnstonRVCenter.com.
Yesterday, the SEC announced they increased the annual revenue by $105 million from year to year.
That's incredible.
$833 million is what the SEC made last year. Each school will get about $54.6 million.
Don't you look at this now? I mean, this is another one of these situations why you can afford to buy out coaches' contracts. So if you're Auburn, hey, we just got a bump. I mean, there's a lot of people that are in commission-based jobs that, right when they sell somebody, they're already spending the money in their head.
That's right.
I'm going to Cabo. I'm buying that new jacket. If you're the Auburn Tigers, let's pay the 18.3 and be done with it.
Yeah, so that's the opportunity you have when you're in the SEC. Greg Sankey and the folks down at the SEC office doing a terrific job of keeping the revenue flow increasing and going. Basketball happening this weekend. It's the Outlive game against cancer. Bruce Pearl started this. It's you buy a T-shirt when you go in there. Help to the cause down there. It's game day is there. We talked to Seth Greenberg on the show yesterday. That's podcasted at nextroundlive.com. You can go back and listen to that. Check it out on our YouTube channel. Here's Bruce Pearl talking about his team bouncing back from the loss at Arkansas, back at home against Texas A&M.
I think the response was get to the next play. Let's get to the next game. Nobody was pointing fingers. We'll see how we respond, from the loss. But the bottom line is, we've got to execute better offensively. We got to continue to get better looks. We need more guys to be able to break the defense down. We need to share the responsibility of breaking the opponent down, particularly off the bounce from others, so we're not relying so much on Wendell.
Hey, really good time to be coming off a loss when you play Texas A&M. This team started out great. They're on a little bit of a losing streak in the SEC. Auburn is so much better than Texas A&M. Good opponent to have.
Well, they are, but you go back and Texas A&M is much better than Georgia. So, anybody on a given night can obviously beat anybody in this league, but I fully expect Auburn to play one of their best games of the season. tomorrow.
11 a.m. for Alabama and Arkansas over in Tuscaloosa as well. UAB plays again on Sunday after their win last night over Southern Miss, 84-63. Jelly Walker with 25 in that contest last evening. Troy and South Alabama a winner as well. Getting ready for the Super Bowl on Sunday. Rams, big defensive lineman. Not the defensive player of the year, though, but big defensive lineman Aaron Donald talking about the pressure to win a championship for him and his team.
There's no pressure, obviously, we work to put ourselves in this position to be in the Super Bowl. It's just a plus to have the opportunity to be playing in our own stadium at home. So it definitely would mean, a little bit more to have opportunity to win a Super Bowl at home. So, obviously that's the goal. That's what you work for. This is what we've been working for. So we're in a great position now. We just got to finish it off.
So I'm wondering, would you guys want to have the Super Bowl at a home stadium every year, or do you like it being bidded out at a location?
I'd rather be bid out.
Now that we've seen this, a lot of professional leagues, Major League Baseball, the NHL, you decide them on the home field.
No, I'd rather be bid out.
Yeah,
I like it the way they've always.
This is just coincidental that it's happened the last couple of years. I mean,
Right.
Tampa was always destination. L.A. was a destination way back in the day. So, I mean, these are cities that fans would like to travel to. They're warm weather cities to watch, their respective teams play.
Yeah.
It's just coincidental, Brown, this has happened back-to-back years.
Last year, it was not a home field advantage because the crowd was limited, so
That's
it really
right.
didn't matter. I am interested to see how many Bengals fans are in this thing. I mean, it's not like Rams season ticket holders get their normal seats.
No, it's
There's
a
still the
tie
ticket split.
event, right?
Right. And there's still the
business.
ticket. There's still the ticket split. It's the secondary market that I wonder, how the Bengals fans do.
I think there's 14 million people in like L.A. County and the surrounding areas proper. And this is going to be one of those that they don't necessarily have any affiliation with this team. They just want to be seen. That's one of those being seen cities. You want to let people know, your neighbors know that you're going to the Super Bowl. So I think there'll be actually more diehard Bengals fans actually in the stands than Rams fans.
But truthfully, by percentage of other major sports, very few real fans in the stands for a Super Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fortunate. I've had an opportunity to go to some Super Bowls, and it does have that corporate feel. It's got a magical feel, if that makes any sense, because it does, have the corporate environment, and at the same time, there is some kind of buzz about a Super Bowl. It's really, really cool.
All right, that's happening Sunday, and we will continue to talk about that throughout the show. But it's time to get to our phone lines. Before we get to Jeff and Anderson, let's roll with Mac up in Huntsville. Hey, Mac, he's talking Super Bowl. What's up, my man?
Hey, guys. I woke up this morning, listened to your podcast from yesterday, and was just blown away by the statistic or fact that y'all blew out that no Alabama player who has ever been on a Super Bowl team has ever scored a touchdown.
Crazy.
So I thought
Points. Single point, not just a touchdown, no field goal, nothing.
Right.
Yeah.
I wanted to see who had got the closest, and I came up, there have been 6 different Alabama players to either catch a pass or run the ball. And real quick, Tony Nathan, 101 yards, won Super Bowl. Bobby Humphrey, 99 yards, won Super Bowl. Sean Alexander, 97. Julio, 87. Howard Cross, 39. Tony Nathan again, 26. Howard Cross again, 7. And Johnny Davis, Johnny Davis from the 70s, 5.
Wow. That's it, huh?
And that's it? Of Alabama players
who touched the ball, yeah.
who got percentage of running the football. Wow.
Yeah.
That's it. And like you said, no one's ever scored a touchdown. I couldn't believe it when you said that. And then did y'all follow that up with Auburn?
Auburn is out Del Greco. He's it. Del Greco scored all his points in that one Super Bowl against the Rams. He had a field goal and 2 extra points in that game. Is that right?
Yeah, they scored 17 points. It was field goal, 2 extra points. Had a field goal blocked by Todd Light early on.
Yeah, so he had 5 total points, and that's it for Auburn.
I just that is really hard to believe. I think that's one of the more amazing things that I've heard. So anyway, I just appreciate that. I've enjoyed that, looking for all that. And,
Yep.
Maybe Ashawn Robinson will get a safety in the end.
Well, Lance certainly hopes so.
I hope
Thank
not.
you, man.
It'll cost Brown and me a steak. It'll be a quick walk-off steak win.
That one's going to suck right there.
Yeah.
We lose that in 2 days.
Yep, that
Will
one
you guys be thinking about that if Cincinnati
absolutely.
has the ball inside their own 2?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially if they can't block Ashawn Robinson the way they couldn't block the entire Titans.
Well, Ashawn, I will tell you this, and I said it earlier this week that Sean McVay has pointed him out this week, how good he's been in the postseason, because he's getting so many one-on-one matchups, and he's winning those one-on-one matchups because Aaron Donald's obviously a guy that's getting doubled and sometimes triple teamed.
All right, let's get to Jeff over in Anniston. He is next with us. What is up, Jeff?
Hey, man.
Hey, Jeff. How are you been, man?
Shoot, I've been having fun. I hadn't heard y'all do the commercial in a while, but Brown's old Tom Beckby, every time he'd say it, it always reminded me of Black Betty, the song Black Betty.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it did.
Yeah.
Black Betty has been featured in a few songs. The one I remember is Blow. You remember the film Blow?
Yep. Johnny Depp.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Ram Jam, that was actually a remake from Lead Belly, believe it or not.
Yeah, Lead Belly was
old blues player.
Yep.
And something I found interesting the other day, I don't know if y'all remember, Hank Patterson, who played Fred Ziffel on Green Acres.
Yes.
Arnold the Pig's dad. He was, I saw him in a movie the other night, Tarantula. Anyway, he's Teo Leone's great uncle. He's from Springfield, too. But
He's from Springfield, Alabama, and he's Tia Leone's great uncle? How'd that happen, I wonder?
I don't know. She was born in New York City, but his sister.
Are her and Duchovny still together? I think they busted up. Yeah,
they did. Now she's with. She's not married, but she's with Tim Daly now.
Okay.
Old guy from Wings.
The only thing I heard there is you were watching a movie called Tarantula.
Hey, that's actually a pretty good old 50s big monster movie. Yeah.
Wow. So it's a giant tarantula that takes over the town.
Oh, yeah, he's a big one. Yeah.
They used to do that back in the old days, right? Like giant tarantula, giant.
Ants.
Yeah.
God, how fast would a giant tarantula be?
Or small tarantulas pretty fast?
I don't know, but a
Fast
giant
enough.
move. Yeah, it just gave me chills thinking about it. I don't want that.
The classic trailer Rockstar. We're going to pull up Tarantula for you here. That's
actually not a bad little movie if it's tight. It really isn't. It's got Clint Eastwood in it, I think, for just a few seconds. He's got his face covered up though.
Yeah. Does he get eaten?
Pilot. No, he's a jet pilot. He's one of the ones that throws napalm on it, I think.
Well, don't ruin it. Don't ruin the ending.
Tarantulas don't bite, or I mean, they're not like aggressive, right? They'll eat like small rodents, right?
They will bite. Though it doesn't feel good when they bite.
Yeah.
I hope I'm never in that situation.
It's real eye opening when you find out you're the weird uncle of the family. So I've heard.
We could have told you that.
Yeah. I think I could have ended that speculation for you, Jeff. We love you, though.
Which one mispronounces their name more, Favre or Googe? Jay Googe.
Well, I say Favre more, though, than Googe.
Yeah, I think people are conditioned to say Favre.
Yeah, if you look at Googe, you don't really know how to say it. I would agree with that.
Go Guay or something like that.
Is he French?
I think I would have gone Gouge to start with. Gouge would have been a good one, yeah. Gouge.
And I had my own personal Hades the other day. I was in the waiting room to get blood at the lab, and I had to listen to the whole show of The View. And
you scared me. I didn't know where you were going there. I'm glad you went to View.
I'm going to assume you got to do it without Whoopi, though, right?
Yeah, it was Whoopi-less.
Yeah, she's still on the sideline.
Story of my life. But what got me thinking, what would be worse, to watch a cornhole tournament on TV or a WNBA game?
I would rather watch cornhole.
I don't want to watch.
Well, I would watch WNBA because I could put money on it. So
it's like the same thing at the axe throwing. It sounds cool, but every single time it's a bullseye.
Yeah,
every single time.
That cornhole would be pretty rough to watch. I guess I'd go. I've never watched a WNBA game. I guess I would watch one. I don't know.
Did one of your golfing announcers get in trouble?
Mark Lai. Mark Lai was talking about it, and he said, I tried to watch what he was doing. He was talking about how good the LPGA has gotten now, like how he's able to watch it because it's much more competitive and it's become a really good TV product. And he said, I don't feel that way about every sport. For instance, the WNBA, I try to watch a game and, man, just give me a gun next time. Something. And he got fired. SiriusXM fired him.
Oh, did they end up firing him?
Absolutely.
I knew they suspended him.
They fired him right away. Yeah.
Because he said he didn't like a sport.
Well, I think they didn't like the way he put it, that give me a gun and I'll shoot myself.
Don't have an opinion. Hey, would y'all prefer the Super Bowl be played on Saturday night?
I'd be okay with that.
I'd much more rather enjoy just having Mondays off, I think.
Yeah, Jeff, I think you agree. I mean, look, it's such a national event, and everybody gets involved in the Super Bowl that we continue Super Sunday. There's something about that. Let's just have Monday off. I've always said it.
Well, I always made sure I took a personal day on Mondays. That was my first thing I did at the start of each year. And I know he's tried to hide it this week, but LT seems like he has a very confident air going into this game. I think he thinks it's going to be a breeze, and I probably agree with him.
I don't. I'm kind of torn on this game. You know, I thought the Tampa game was going to be a breeze. We saw how that turned out. I do think the Rams are a much better team than the Bengals, but, you know, the Bengals have got, you know, lightning in a bottle. It kind of reminds me of the Eli Manning New York Giant team you saw back in the day.
Yeah.
That's what scares me.
I think
What doesn't scare me is the coaching matchup.
Well, I think you got the advantage at a lot of situations. I remember watching Kessler on one of those Future Phenom shows when he was a junior or senior in high school, and everyone, including ex-NBA players that had worked with him, everything, said he's great, going to be one of the best players ever, you know, in college basketball, and he's going to be instant pro. So how did Roy play him less than 9 minutes a game?
That's a good question.
Did he not know how to use them, or did he just not? I mean, I know there was a lot of talent inside on that team, but come on, Kessler or something else.
He had him and our former intern Garrison Brooks. That's a pretty big front court right there.
Yeah. Okay. And two things I'm not going to get into these today, but when I have longer time, I'm going to get in two things that y'all say grind my gears. Your disrespect for Bird, which Brown's excused because he's too young to see him as prime.
Wait. He's a top 5 guy.
I've always said he's top 10 guy. I've always
y'all
said
used to say he was a top 25, top 30 guy.
That was a Jogs. They left the
Lance. That was a jog shot.
Yeah, Lance had gone away. They lost that opinion in the contract dispute.
No, he's a top 5 guy. Top 5
y'all
guy.
didn't used to say that.
I don't think he's a top 5 guy.
Yeah, I don't remember what I said.
I think he's a top 10 guy.
And the other one is y'all say college basketball is the toughest championship to win. But I'm going to argue that another day. I ain't got time. I got these things real quick. I'm going to do this if I can.
Okay, go.
All right. I noticed. All right, who wins the national championship first, Mark Few or Lincoln Riley?
Mark Few.
Yeah, I'd probably go Mark Few.
Mark Few.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, he's got a great chance this year.
Had a great chance last year.
He has one every year.
He has one every year. That's the question, yes.
But
I don't think Lincoln.
Truthfully, Lincoln Riley's had a lot of great chances.
Yeah, but Jeff, I don't think Lincoln will play for one in the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Really? That long?
Yeah.
You don't see him 3 years? I could see him in 3 years.
It's one thing to get to a college football playoff. It's another thing to win 2 games.
Yeah. And I always think Bill Walton, to me, is kind of like Boise's Bluefield. Half people probably love him and half hate him. Would y'all rather watch a game that's at Boise, which, boy, it's disappointing when it's a good game, too, and it's at Boise, or listen to Walton, who I'm hot and cold on. I can't stand the Bluefield.
Easy for me at Boise. The Walton thing, it drives me insane. Can't stand it.
Yeah, I thought Walton was entertaining early, like when I was a kid, and, it's worn down. I would agree with Brown. I would go the headachy Boise field.
Okay. Dunaway, not listening.
I didn't know. I am listening. I cannot stand the Bluefield. I used to love it. I used to love it for a short period of time, and then I don't know what changed with me, but now I hate it. I
can't stand it.
Yeah.
All right, and I saw on the ESPN ticker the other day, it said Bill Self is 21-4 versus top 10 teams at home. That's pretty amazing. If I give y'all 5 picks in college basketball,
I have this topic written down. 5 picks to be national champion.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll do it later.
What confidence level 1 to 100 that you could pick the national champion?
1 to 100 with 5 chances. I'd give. I suck at this. I pay off the bracket bet every year, so 0.
I would go. I'd go 95%. That I could get.
You go 95. I only go 50-50 because Jeff, I have it at about 12 teams that I think can win the national championship.
Right. Okay. I'd love to hear y'all's 5 picks if y'all.
We'll do that later.
Yeah.
All right, thanks, guys.
All right, thank you.
We'll do it in the next segment.
Well,
And we got Ryan Kelly.
And we got developing news.
Yeah, developing news coming up after Rockstar tells us about his guy. It's Adam Mestre, Rockstar, before we get to the breaking news.
Adam Mestre at MD Realty. He's a third-generation realtor, born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you. Why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Whether you're a first-time homeowner or looking for your forever home, Adam can help. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make it the house calls.
Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe of ESPN are reporting now that Auburn officials are expected to announce today they are keeping Coach Bryan Harsin. I guess that's the only way you can do this. I'm not stunned that Harsin is staying. The longer this went, the more I thought this was likely. But an announcement indicates you were trying to fire the guy.
But you have to make an announcement,
Well, it's gone that far, yeah.
I mean, at this point, you can't just let it keep lingering.
But you were trying to find the guy. If you would have found calls, you were trying to get him out.
But that begs the question.
This is what blows me away about this.
I know. That begs the question. If Auburn makes this announcement, I know it's going to be a press release, not a press conference, but at some point, somebody from Auburn's going to have to face the media on this. And the natural question is, you announced you chose to keep Bryan Harsin. Why were you trying to fire him? How does Auburn answer that?
Yeah, really, what do you say in this press conference?
How does Auburn answer that? I don't think there will be one. I think that's why there won't be one. There'll be a press release, but at some point.
You want my public relations?
Yeah, who are you? Are you the school president?
I'm a spokesperson.
You're the spokesperson for Auburn. Excuse me, Mr. Dunaway?
Yeah, Ryan Brown, Associated Press.
Yes, a couple of weeks ago, you guys announced that you will be keeping Bryan Harsin as the head coach at Auburn, which begs the question, why were you trying to fire him and you made the choice to keep him?
Well, like any other corporation in America, when you have an HR complaint, you have to investigate the HR complaint.
Excuse me, Mr. There was an HR complaint against Coach Harsin?
There was an HR complaint against Coach Harsin. We've investigated that. We have found them to not be true, and that's why he's retained as our coach. But like everyone in America, you have to take every complaint serious. We've done that. We've done our investigation, and we found that to be a false complaint.
Can I ask a question over here?
Lance Taylor from the United Press International.
If you had an internal HR complaint, what was the complaint? And B, will the false complaint, will that be dealt with?
We keep all personnel matters that would be inappropriate at this time to share those. You can sue us for, what's it called? AP, what's it called? The Information Act? Freedom of Information Act. If you'd like to do that, go ahead. Waste your time.
We'll cover it up.
We'll redact all the important information in that.
Now, we've got a nice paper shredder.
Okay.
But
we're not going to play 18.3.
It was not Auburn University that released any of this to the media. That was unfortunate if that happens. The person that released that will be dealt with. Ryan Brown, BBC.
Good evening, Governor. Now, can you real quickly be Bryan Harsin at his first press conference, okay? If that's the way you go with this. Coach.
Ryan Brown, Saturday Down South.
Auburn announced that you had an HR complaint against you. Was that true?
I don't know what is true or not true in this whole thing. There's been a lot of lies that have been told about me and
was that one of them, Coach?
And my family. I know Auburn was doing an investigation. They say it was off an HR complaint. I have never seen that complaint. I've never heard what that complaint was. I just continue to do my job. That's all I've ever done since I set foot in Auburn, is to try to win football games for what apparently is a bunch of really, really thin-skinned boosters.
Yeah, which is why Auburn never makes a statement on this.
Coach.
Lance Taylor, Dallas Morning News.
Rams.com.
How comfortable are you continuing as Auburn's head coach in year 2, knowing that there is a good segment of power in this program that doesn't want you around?
Well, you mentioned power. And see, to keep the power on in my house, the electricity, I need a paycheck. And I am going to keep drawing that paycheck. And when they don't want me to coach anymore, they're going to fulfill my contract and pay my power bill.
Follow up on the contract.
Go ahead, Lance Taylor from
Rams.com.
Was there ever a settlement that was offered to you to not be the coach at Auburn?
I would defer to my agents. If they would like to comment on that, I'm not comfortable commenting on that, but I knew I was going to take 1 penny less than every cent owed me because it was total lies, all lies.
You Richard Nixon?
Yeah, you've been Nixon out.
I mean, this is going to be as uncomfortable as the first time Bobby Petrino and his wife went to dinner in public after the motorcycle accident.
That's what happens.
I think I was pretty good at that. I think I could
bad.
be.
I would not have gone with the HR line. That's a bad line right there. The HR complaint.
If you want to sue us,
but you're wasting your time. If you want to sue us, but you're wasting your time. That was the line.
Yeah,
that
I think your agents
would
have been.
What did he? You want to sue us? We'll see you in court.
You've seen our agents go.
There are.
Is he going to start talking about America now?
Oh God, not away.
Man, there are so many questions though.
There are
so many questions.
We'll talk about those questions after we talk to Ryan Kelly, who is scheduled to be with us next. We knew we'd have a guest scheduled right when this broke. That's coming up on the other side, right here on TNR.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You can join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com. Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first thing on my list is getting a new roof. I personally know the guys over at Cardinal Roofing, and I know I can count on them to be honest and to get the job done. Maybe you don't need a full roof replacement, but maybe just a tune-up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the next round. Ryan Kelly in just a second. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Iron Mountain Drains and Plumbing. They bring you the lock every day, which, by the way, on fire with Michigan with a win last night in the lock. And they ended up just destroying Purdue, who is one of the better teams in America. If you want that kind of great information and always keeping a great plumber on standby, it's always ironmountainworld.com. Jeremy Purvis and his team right there handle commercial and residential plumbing needs, and they give you free quotes. 205-516-4927, 205-516-4927. They handle all your plumbing and jetter services. They'll do everything from drips to new fixtures, licensed, bonded, and insured. They'll give you a free quote as well. It is ironmountainworld.com. Just drain it. Lance with a lot coming out later today at the Lance Taylor.
All right, if you missed the news, just a few moments ago, Chris Lowe, Pete Thamel, ESPN reporting Auburn will announce that Bryan Harsin will stay as the Auburn coach. Should be interesting to keep an eye on that. Ryan Kelly joins us now. Former Alabama great, Pro Bowl Indianapolis Colts center with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. What's up, Ryan? How are you today?
Hey, good morning, guys. How y'all doing?
Doing great, man. We always appreciate your time. It is Super Bowl week. As a player in the NFL, what level of excitement does that bring for you?
Well, obviously not playing in it.
Sure.
It's kind of hard to watch, but it's being from Cincinnati. It's pretty cool to see the Bengals in there, and obviously they're a fun team to watch. And obviously, being a fan of the sport, and playing it for 18 years, obviously I'm going to watch it. But there's always a big part of you that hopes and wishes that you were in it.
Talking to guys over the years, and I think, Ryan, for a while it was every player got 2 tickets. And talking to most players, they were never going to go to a Super Bowl unless they were in it. So most of these players either give the tickets to someone or they sell them. Do you guys still get 2 tickets, and how often do you get hit up for those 2 tickets?
It's pretty quick. Yeah, I still get them. It's actually cool. This year I'm actually going to be able to send my father-in-law and my brother-in-law to the game because they've been diehard Bengals fans for the last 30 years, and my father-in-law for the last 60 years. So it meant a lot. It meant a lot that they could go. Obviously Super Bowl tickets seems like in the last 10 years have just skyrocketed price-wise. But it's really cool to give those to them, and it actually means something. Usually, people just hit me up, hey, can I buy them? This, that, but it's cool to have somebody that wants to go to the game and is a true fan of the sport or of a team to go.
All right, so you've got Aaron Donald here, you got Von Miller there, you got this guy there. I mean, that Rams defensive line, you know it. You know how to block against this. What do you do if you're coaching the Bengals? What's your advice going into the Super Bowl?
Stay out of 3rd and long. Obviously, that's the thing about the Rams defense. They're everybody sees them as edge rushers and pass rushers, but ultimately, the defense that they play, is really trying to stop the run as well. And so if they can get you into 3rd and long is right where they want you. But I think, the Bengals have a great offense. I mean, they've got a great defense too. They've put together a really good team. Had some really great free agent acquisitions and some great draft picks that have turned out for them to play really well. So I think it's going to be a good game. Obviously, the end of our season sucks, so it'll be at least some rewarding to watch the football still, but obviously wish we were playing in it.
Ryan Kelly is with us, former Alabama great, now Pro Bowl center for the Indianapolis Colts. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. He plays a different offensive line position as you, but being an offensive lineman, seeing Andrew Whitworth play in a Super Bowl at age 40, Ryan, age 40 at the left tackle spot, that is incredible. And you've got a better respect for it, I'm sure, than I do, because you know what it takes to be an offensive lineman in this league.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to comprehend. I mean, to be 40, I'll be 29 next season, and that feels kind of old, just hearing, this is my 7th year in the league. I feel like sometimes I'm still just a kid coming out of Alabama, but to be 40 and, to make all pros and Pro Bowls and, And to play in the Super Bowl, I mean, to play left tackle in this league, I mean, this league only ever gets younger. And to go the opposite way and to play at a high level, obviously a Cincinnati guy, the first half of his career, and it's pretty awesome to see that he's out there, getting to play for one of these and hopefully go win one. So I know he's beloved in Cincinnati, and I think he just won the Walter Payton Man of the Year, award last night, which obviously, goes to show you the kind of man he is off the field as well.
Well, I know the NFL is a job, and where you are, that's where your allegiance is. But you mentioned the fact, this guy played for 11 years with the Bengals. And, you being an Alabama guy, I'm sure you watch every game every Saturday, and you've got a passion and love for that program. This has got to be difficult going up against Cincinnati because the years he was there, they got to the postseason some of those years. They never won a postseason game.
Oh, I'm sure. He obviously gave everything he had for the Bengals organization, and that's just the way everybody plays, though. There's, this is, so a lot of people look at it as a job, and a lot of aspects it is, but at the end of the day, you've got, coaches and players and owners who care about you, and I'm sure he's got a lot of love for Cincinnati. So I know I'm sure it'll be sweet when he's, if he gets a Super Bowl ring, to be rocking around with that on his hand. So I don't think he'll miss it too much, but pretty cool to be in one. Everybody thinks, that there's a chance you can get to it, and a lot of guys, majority of guys never even sniff it in their career. So, for him to be out there at 40 is pretty impressive.
Listen, I know you guys fought hard on the expansion of the schedule, but this is the first 17-game schedule in a year, and so these two teams playing Sunday will be playing in their 21st meaningful game, not counting exhibition football. When you talk about the wear and tear on a season, 21 games that count, how does that wash over you? And do you think that's going to be negotiated down the line for you guys to get some more given back to the players?
If you got 3 hours to talk about it, yeah, we can definitely get into it. But at the end of the day, it's, I don't think it'll ever go back to 16. There's just, at the end of the day, this is a billion-dollar industry, multi-billion-dollar industry. And, you look at the divisional round games, I think the gross net between last year's and this year's, I believe I saw, was more than the NBA Finals the previous year. And I'm sure someone's going to quote me if I'm wrong. But that alone says about what this game is growing into, what it continues to grow to. 17 games, yes, it's fantastic for fans. I believe, 21 games, 22 games for a player, that's just, you look at preseason and off-season and camp and all this, and you start to really kind of, you start to think about it. Like, well, I've been watching football now for 18, 20 weeks. Those guys are out there doing it every single day and putting their bodies on the line. So, yes, there's financial reward for it, but, if you can tell in my voice, yeah, 17 games isn't a whole lot of fun. You get a little bit extra share of the market, but as far as health and concern, we'll see in the future, how it plays out. But it's a toll on your body, man. I remember playing 15 games my senior year of college, because that was the first time that we had went to the playoffs and then went to the championship and won, and I was smoked. And so you only, Father Time catches everybody. And so as you get older, it's obviously harder to keep your body, going and working the way you want it to. So it's a grinder season, and obviously it's props to those two teams for making it all the way there.
So when do you start? Do you keep working out, or do you just totally veg out for a while?
Yeah, definitely veg out for a little bit. It's obviously it's such a grinder on the season on your body that you need some time off. And so I take a few weeks, and then we just got back from the Pro Bowl, so probably start working out here in a little bit, but kind of doing some more maintenance stuff and rehab stuff. And there's always something hurting, always something you can improve mobility-wise, and so that's kind of where I start, and then I kind of work my way into it as we start getting a little bit warmer in temperatures.
As fans, I think we love 17 games. I feel you on that. I think one thing we would agree upon, though, is Roger Goodell just a couple of days ago, 5 international games, England, Mexico, Germany. To me, it is completely stupid. I'm a big Rams guy. Last time the Rams played, it was actually against the Bengals in London. These games are at 8 in the morning. Nobody's watching, and it's not good for the players. I assume you hate it. I don't understand it. Don't get it at all.
It's welcome to the NFL, man. They're going to continue. They're going to grow it. If there's a market to be had, they're going to grow it. That's kind of the way we see it as players. That's the way the coaches see it. It's the way the owners. Everybody knows this is a business. This is how big can we grow? If you continue to grow, in theory, everybody gets more money. It doesn't always work out that way, but the Mexico City game, the London game. I played in London my rookie year. I can tell you it was the worst because we didn't have a bye after that. So we literally got back from Heathrow after an 8-hour flight, landed, had a day off, then went to practice the next day.
Oh.
You know, so it was your whole time clock gets messed up. They're talking about putting a team there. I don't think that'll ever happen. There's zero chance that it'll happen, in my opinion. I mean, imagine paying the taxes in London and living downtown as a guy from Texas. You know, I mean, it's never going to happen. So I think that there's certainly – it is cool in some aspects to go play in different cities. I mean, I've got a lot of memories of playing in London. It was a great time. It was cool to see different aspects of football and how much it's grown there. But at the same time, you know, is the juice worth the squeeze as far as the payoff for players? It'll never be. But, you know, ultimately not our decision. So I think it is getting a little crazy. I'm curious to see where it'll be in 10 years.
So you guys saw the Rams earlier this year. You saw the Bengals last year in Joe Burrow's rookie season. That Rams game earlier was second game of the season. You guys had first and goal twice and didn't get any points out of that. You lose by possession when Jacob Eason has to come in for a hurt Carson Wentz. When you look at both of these teams, where they are, their paths to getting to Super Bowl 56, ultimately, how do you think it plays out?
The NFL, man, you know, at any given Sunday, you never know who's going to do what. So, you know, I think that they both have explosive offenses, good defenses. I think it'll be a lot of back and forth. And, I mean, this is kind of the way it's always said, man. Whoever scores the most points wins, right?
Very diplomatic.
CJ Uzama, the Bengals tight end, says to celebrate a Super Bowl win, he would be willing to dive in a pool of Cincinnati-style chili. Do you love Cincinnati-style chili from your home area enough to swim in a pool of it?
We're picking up my father-in-law right now as we speak, and we're going to hit it on the way out. So, yes, if that gives you the answer, I love Skyline, and I know it was pretty hype when I saw CJ was doing that. That'd be pretty cool, man.
Ryan Kelly heading to eat some Skyline chili. We appreciate the time, Ryan. Best of luck, and look forward to catching up again with you soon.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me on. I'll talk to you soon.
All right, buddy. Thank you. Ryan Kelly with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
We had a chance to hang with him and his wife a little bit up at the national championship game in Indianapolis, and just a terrific couple right there. Appreciate Ryan being with us. When we come back, we will reset the table on the developing news from Chris Lowe and Pete Thamel, reporting that Auburn is expected to announce today that Bryan Harsin will be retained as the coach of the Auburn Tigers. That story continues to develop as we roll on. Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at Michelson Laser Vision. Look forward to what is next for Bryan Harsin, brought to you by our friends at Michelson.
Yeah, to find out if LASIK is right for you, it's really simple. Call 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. The exact same thing I did almost 2 decades ago. Didn't realize that I had the 2200 vision, was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Went in, got the procedure done, only took 12 minutes for both eyes. Now 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call that I made. 969-8100. Dr. Jen Michelson, Dr. Mark Michelson, located at UAB Highlands. Call today to find out if LASIK is right for you. 969-8100 or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
This hour of The Next Round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention The Next Round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Why is Culver's such a treat for so many families? Here's a hint. This treat is thick and creamy, and everyone can get it any way they like. Our fresh, frozen custard. We craft it in small batches throughout the day to make our guests stay. Shakes, cones, sundaes, concrete mixers, flavor of the day, oh, and the toppings.
Who says you can't please everyone? There's more than one way to dessert at Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647.
Banking is not just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the number one priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's First Federal Credit Union is federally insured by the NCUA. When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
Sweeten your day with a dessert from Cookie Dough Magic. Their shop's locally owned in Birmingham, Trussville, and Huntsville, and offer 13 flavors of edible cookie dough, milkshakes, sundaes, and more. Visit a location today or order online mycookiedoughmagic.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
So at some point today, Auburn is expected to send out a release that says they are keeping Bryan Harsin, retaining him as the head coach. That according to Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe, after what Chris Lowe calls a surreal last week and a half down on the plains. Something to keep an eye on as we move throughout the day. When we get that email, we'll pass it along to you. Maybe Chris and Pete will get it first. But first, it is time for Rockstar's View Menu before we get into the reaction that all of you guys have of Harsin being retained at Auburn. And the viewing menu is brought to you by our friends at New Life Art.
Hey, New Life Art, bringing you memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. I'm looking at this. I don't know if you guys have ever seen this portrait, but they've got Daniel A. Moore's Coach Nick Saban portrait. It's now available with the 4 Heisman Trophy winners, Bryce Young, Devontae Smith, Mark Ingram, and Derrick Henry. You can order online right now. Go to danielmooreart.com.
You got 2 things tonight, premiering in theaters tonight. It's been a long time, but Blacklight. What do you guys think of Liam Neeson?
I like Liam Neeson, but it feels like outside of Schindler's List, every other one of his movies has been the same exact role.
Yeah, I never thought Liam Neeson. I remember seeing him in Excalibur way back in the day. And
Rob Roy.
And then Rob Roy. He was really good in Rob Roy. And, you know, they play that tough guy in Rob Roy, and that's a really underrated film. I never thought after Schindler's List we would see him as a 70-year-old
action figure?
Yeah, just a trained assassin.
Well, see, this one's totally different. This is a shadowy government agent who specializes in removing operatives whose covers have been exposed. uncovers a deadly conspiracy with its own ranks that reaches the highest echelons of power. He is 70 years old.
Yeah, I know.
Now, I think he took Taken. He didn't do his first action film till he was 60, which was Taken.
Yeah. So is he doing the Geezer Pleasers, or what is it called?
Geezer Teasers.
Geezer Teasers.
Not yet. Not yet. But
I thought Rockstar had promoted that. I texted Rockstar last night because I thought he said it was a thing on Netflix. I was trying to find it, and I texted him. He's like, no, it's an article. But I went and watched one of the ones that is considered a Geezer teaser. It was a Bruce Willis. It's called Survive the Night. I got 10 minutes in.
Well, you can see, the thing, what I was telling you with visually is Red Letter Media is a channel on YouTube where they sit and two guys review movies and they show clips of those movies. So they did the whole Geezer teaser from the Vulture article, and they do all these stills and clips from the Apex movie. They won the
He's even become a running joke in Hollywood because I don't know if you guys saw Daddy's Home 2, but Jack wanted me to watch it, and I watched it. It was entertaining because of Mel Gibson and how politically incorrect he was. It was the sequel to the Mark Wahlberg and Will Ferrell, how they co-parent with, divorced families or whatever. But in the end, the movie's called Mistletoe with Liam Neeson, and it's that they're all watching. And so it's even a shot at that. But I watched Power of the Dog last night. I see Jody saying he watched it, didn't like it one bit. I will say this. The last 15 minutes, if you guys watch a heavyweight fight and the first 11 rounds are terrible and you get just a bloodbath in the 12th round, is it worth it?
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
I don't mind being, like in soccer, you go back and forth, big goal wins it. There's that excitement, yes.
So this movie was 2 hours and 1 minute. I watched it last night. The first hour 45, it's a Western genre. It takes place in Montana. It was shot exclusively in New Zealand. There's not one gun that's pulled. I didn't see a gun, but the final 15 minutes is completely fascinating.
Didn't Jesse Plemons in it?
Jesse Plemons is in it.
Nominated for an Oscar for it.
But the script flipped in that final 15 minutes is amazing to me. And that's the reason it is some powerful acting. Cinematography's great, but the final 15 minutes is the reason it's nominated for Best Picture.
And it's not the final 15 minutes is not as good if you don't have the build up to get to that point, I would assume, right?
It doesn't make sense.
But it also, you have to really think in that final 15 minutes. I think you guys would absolutely hate it.
Well, the final
thing
thing
is good.
Because we're deep thinkers.
No, I'm not saying that. I just think it's way too slow for you.
Is on Netflix. They have a limited series called Inventing Anna, starring Ozark's one and only Julia Garner. A journalist investigates the case of Anna Delvey, the Instagram legendary heiress who stole the hearts and money of New York elites. She has an accent. She's a girl that takes on different, but it's Julia Garner from What the F.Y.
Yeah,
God, she is such a good actress.
So we'll see.
I like her.
See if she can't take her from her part in.
I just want to see the hair, what it looks like.
Ramen noodles.
Well, on Fallon, she walked through the process of coming up with the different accents that she has to in that.
God, I would have loved if she would have. Remember when she kicked the dude in the junk in the wheelchair? She would have done that to Fallon. Would have loved that.
All right, reaction to Bryan Harsin being retained at Auburn from you guys in the Farmfolio chat room. Jacob writes in, whatever power those guys had, talking about boosters, they now don't anymore because they just lost on a made-up situation.
He's got the hand. We talked about it earlier from Seinfeld. It's in the relationship. If you've got the hand, you cannot be broken up with. He currently has the hand. Now, he can give the hand back. Again, you go 7-5 next year, all this goodwill that you've gained can be right out the window, and you might get fired then.
Well, look, it's going to happen. I mean, I feel really confident saying 7-5 is a ceiling for Auburn unless there's some kind of crazy transfer portal things that happen, in the next couple of weeks. And I find that hard to believe based on the situation at Auburn right now. To me, the more I think about this, it didn't come down to the $18.3 million. It came down, they didn't have anybody to go hire.
Well, I think that probably...
The timing was just.
You don't think they could hire Hugh Freeze? You don't think?
I don't know. I think it might have been too risky.
He would have walked
with his buyout and everything because the 18.3 goes to what was his buyout? Did we ever mention
the Freeze?
Hugh Freeze's buyout?
Yeah, it's a private school, so I don't know if it's been released yet.
Blake, this will be a good 30 for 30 someday. You'd need a lot of people to say what really was going on for it to be a good 30 for 30. Jordan writes in, my guess, unless he wins the SEC or Natty Championship next year, he'll be out this time next year. They couldn't fire him with enough evidence for cause.
Yeah, I don't think that's true at all. I mean, I think if Bryan Harsin was 10-2 next year, I think it would be viewed as a step in the right direction, and he would keep some of this goodwill he's earned. Now, the 2 is always important, but a 10-2 after a 6-7?
Well, I tell you, man,
that puts him in the hunt. So, 10-2 is a different story, but nobody's seeing 10-2 on this team.
No. You've got the billionaires that they call the shots, but the masses, they're the ones that make up the true Auburn family. And, again, talking to a player's father yesterday, his quote was, sick of the Jimmy Raines of the world, making this program look bad. And that's what you've got right now. And if I'm an Auburn fan, and I agree with what you said a couple of weeks ago, if he's able to stay on, people are going to get behind him. And they're really going to support him because they're going to want to do the old middle finger to the Jimmy Raines and the other power brokers that were behind this fabrication of lies.
But you can quickly lose that goodwill. I mean, it'll burn quick. He's got it now, but you can burn it in a hurry.
You know how? Eventually, you start playing games again.
That's right. Losing games is what burns it,
and it burns it quick.
Yeah.
Where's your first loss next year?
We'll get to that. More reaction from our listeners and viewers. Terry says, "A good man and coach. I'm blown away." How people can try to destroy someone's reputation with no consequences to those people. Good man and coach now has to work from behind. Who would want to come coach or play at Auburn with those on top who are destroying Auburn?
I hate when people fabricate lies that can really affect not only someone, their career that they've worked so hard for, their entire families. Look, this is a terrible analogy, but when I say Duke lacrosse, what do you guys think about?
Well, I don't think of lacrosse a ton, so I instantly go back to the Duke lacrosse scandal.
Yeah, and I mean, a lot of those kids, were ruined.
Yeah, it was proven wrong.
Yeah, and it was just a false allegation.
Yep.
Lee, what a complete S show. I love it, he says. Scott, sounds like they couldn't find a way to get out of the buyout money, so they had to do this. Chad, sanity lives. Mom mentality, fake news, witch hunt loses.
What would you guys think? More buyout money or can't find somebody? I mean, because of the time.
Buyout money. I don't think you want to spend the 18.5. That's the whole reason you're trying to fabricate something. If in fact you were,
you
is
just
to
got
get
an
away from the
SEC
18.5.
raise. You heard Dunaway
but
that money
that money comes from that money.
It's not funny money though.
It's not funny money, but you're not going to use that money now. What that money does is it allows you to say, okay, we've got this. Let's, go to booster here. You normally give us this much. We've got this. I need that money for the buyout. I mean, it's a shell game at that point.
Yeah. I would tell you, though, it'd be interesting to see if you mentioned, Jimmy Raine, who's a very popular figure to either love or hate in any Auburn scenario. Does his contributions dry up? If you're coming to ask me for my annual donation as a big booster and all this, I say, well, listen, no, not this year.
Well, I would ask
2022 check from me.
You guys, and maybe you remember this better after Jetgate. I mean, that was Bobby Lauder, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did contributions dry up when they didn't get Bobby Petrino and Tommy Tuberville continue to roll on?
I don't have that information, but since that time, the Lauder name hasn't been as in the forefront. I mean, everyone still thought he had some power, but then the bank that he owned, no longer exists. Colonial, I believe it was, right?
Yeah, Colonial Bank. That was his biggest problem.
And I don't know if this is all Jimmy Raine. If it's not, unfortunately for him, that his name is the one. I'm sure you guys hear it too. It was Bobby Lauder years ago. Now, anytime that talks about guys that are pulling the string, it always comes back to Jimmy Raine.
Because you can't. There's only one or two people. The average fan on the street can name one or two boosters.
And you wouldn't name that one if he weren't in his own commercials.
Right.
I mean, that's the reason this guy's so well known.
When's the last time he rode a horse up?
I don't know.
Yeah, like I didn't know Bobby Lauder's name until Feinbaum introduced me to Bobby Lauder back in the day. And I know Paul Bryant Jr. at Alabama.
But you wouldn't know it if it was Tim Simpson Jr.
That's
because
exactly
it's
right.
Paul Bryant Jr.
And now I know Jimmy Raine. And, I know a couple of more, but the average people on the street don't know a ton of who the real power brokers are.
You sat in some pretty good seats the other day.
I did sit in some good seats the other day. We roll on. At the top of the hour here, we'll talk to Alex Scarborough of ESPN about the Jimmy Raine situation. He was at the SEC offices yesterday. His organization and fellow reporters Chris Lowe, Pete Thamel reporting that Bryan Harsin will be retained as the coach at Auburn, and an announcement is coming soon from Auburn University. That right now on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
This hour of The Next Round is presented by Excalibur Services. Join our Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. Call 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services. Alabama license number 15214.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around up to give you peace of mind going into the summer months. Call Cardinal Roofing for a no-cost, no-commitment, and honest inspection of your roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
If you're looking for a great place for food and fun for the entire family and friends, Beef O'Brady's has been doing that for more than a decade here in Birmingham. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. 3 great locations, Hoover, Helena, and now Highway 280 in the Brook Highlands neighborhood. In fact, I was in there recently and had wings that George McClooney does himself that aren't even on the menu. Blackened, tossed in sweet jalapeno sauce and finished on the grill, spectacular. And now you can enjoy the food and fun at 3 great Beef O'Brady's locations in Hoover, Helena, and now on Highway 280. Beef O'Brady's, the perfect place for serving up food and fun.
ERA King Real Estate is on the move. They've just opened their new state-of-the-art office in Homewood, and they'll be opening new offices in Vestavia and Huntsville in the next few weeks. My friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience. ERA King Real Estate is growing to serve you. Text the word MOVE to 35260. That's MOVE to 35.
Weekly college football conversation while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-8C.
Stay up to date with the Next Round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy-to-listen-to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com. Do you want to be a better you in 2022? Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Let Weight Wellness help you meet that goal. They can develop a treatment plan for you tailored to your individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risk associated with obesity. I went in for a consultation last week. Leslie and her team have taught me about snacking the right way. That's my goal. And they've got some great high-protein, low-carb options for me. What is your goal? They'll help you reach it at Weight Wellness. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Weight Wellness at aplanforme.com.
Hey, Next Round listeners, I'm ESPN's Lauren Sisler. You know, after a very busy football season, I'm ready to get some projects done around the house. And the first roof. For any of your residential or commercial roofing needs, make sure you choose this longtime Birmingham company, Cardinal Roofing. Find us at cardinal-roof.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios.
The show brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Always hour number 3 brought to you by the crew right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and the gang ready for the weekend lunch. Officially now open there in Alabaster. If you want to swing by there at some point today, if you're in the area, Champy's World Famous Chicken, that great southern fried chicken, all the great sides. Poor Boys chicken tenders, chicken on a stick, which is absolutely fabulous. It was funny driving to the Alabama game in Oxford, Mississippi, and seeing gas station signs that was advertising chicken on a stick. It's a staple over there. I love it, man. Chicken on a stick with those deep-fried peppers and onions. The Mississippi Delta tamales, it's all at Champy's World Famous Chicken. Bryan Harsin hanging around his coach at Auburn, according to ESPN reports today. Let's keep that conversation going, man.
Yeah, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, we find one of the reporters for ESPN that has been working this story, Alex Scarborough, there with us now. Good morning, Alex. Hope you're doing well.
Good morning, folks. How are you doing?
Doing well. Thanks a lot. You had the photo of record of Bryan Harsin arriving at the SEC offices yesterday. A lot of water has gone under the bridge since, but I do want to go back to that. Can you – I mean, that's a normal meeting that I don't assume you guys have ever really staked out at ESPN or most of the media. Can you just describe the atmosphere with him arriving and then leaving a little bit later on?
Yeah, it was bizarre. I didn't think when I started 2022 that I'd be crossing off the reporter bingo list stakeout, but lo and behold, the job is what it is, and if the guy under the most intense scrutiny in the state and the SEC is going to be 15 minutes from your front door, you show up. So I did, and it was a weird deal where Ryan kind of chose not to go in the front entrance, took the side entrance, quickly grabbed a photo, hung out all day, and hoped that he would decide to say something. He did not, but it was a strange experience that felt like one of those only in the SEC, only in the state of Alabama could something like this happen. But it's a weird occupation, a weird field to cover, and just shows how important it is to everybody here that there's up-to-date information.
Me and Dunaway, Alex, had we thought it was past the point of no return. There's no way he can come back for the 2022 season. I don't know if you've got inside information on why Auburn decided to retain him, or just pure speculation. What are your thoughts?
I think my educated guess, like everyone else's, to all your questions, the answer is normally money. And I think as much money as Auburn has, as much money as the SEC gives them. Remember, only yesterday we were talking about SEC revenue of $777 million. I don't think they wanted to swallow the buyout that was associated with them. If you can't find cause, and clearly that's what was happening over the last week or so, was an attempt to find cause to fire him. If you can't find that, you got to swallow the whole buyout, and that's on the heels of a year ago swallowing a $24 million buyout for Gus Malzahn plus his coaching staff. That's an awful lot of money, and I think at the end of the day, to pull the trigger on a guy after one season and pay him that much money was just a step too far for the Auburn administration, and they're going to have to try to put the pieces back together. I still, like a lot of folks, feel like it's an untenable situation. I wonder if we're just delaying the inevitable, and a year from now we're looking back on the Bryan Harsin era in the past tense. But for the time being, it appears that they're going to push ahead and try to make this thing work.
So putting the pieces back together, Alex, we've been in this league a long time covering the SEC. Recruiting is hard enough as it is. Where do you start when you're Bryan Harsin? What's piece number one that he has to do? Piece number two, what's the process you think for him putting it all back together?
I think the recruiting piece is important. I'll get to that in a second. I think they got to figure out some form of alignment with their administration and the athletic department down here. They've got to get on the same page. If it's, hey, we're going to go over to the lake and lock ourselves in a lake house for a week until we get this figured out, they've got to get on the same page and know where each other stands and figure out a way to move forward. Until that happens, everything else is moot. But you're right. They're a walking dumpster fire right now, and somebody needs to turn the hose on and put it out. And I'm talking about that in terms of recruiting, because recruiting is mainly optics. It's how do players feel about your program. And right now, how are they supposed to feel? There was already enough negativity around the program as it was, finishing in the bottom half of the SEC in the recruiting rankings. Now you have this. I mean, think about this. Alabama faces negative recruiting all the time. And what do you have that sticks to them? Auburn has actual things that you can point to. So this is going to be a problem where Bryan and his coaching staff, that is still incomplete, remember, is going to have to hit the road and have a lot of very difficult conversations with a lot of people and figuring out a way to create some positive momentum. It feels like it's a little late because the transfer portal, we've hit that big wind and maybe things are dying down, but we've got to figure out something to create more positive momentum. And I don't know how they go about doing that besides just putting in the work and having conversations.
Alex Scarborough covers college football for ESPN on the field, and as you're hearing, off the field as well. He is on Twitter at AlexS_ESPN. He's with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As your colleagues Pete Thelma and Chris Lowe, as Pete tweeted Auburn officials are expected to announce today they are keeping Coach Bryan Harsin. I would be stunned if it's anything more than a press release, because if it is something in front of a camera, the natural question is, well, why were you thinking about not keeping him? And that becomes a really tricky question for Auburn to answer, doesn't it, Alex?
Yeah, I think they got to figure out what the answer is before they go in front of a camera. And if, judging by the timeline of all these things, I don't know if they've gotten beyond the "we're going to keep them" part of it. What's the next part of that? How do we move forward? Has Harsin and the administration had the conversation about what happened and why? I don't even know if that's the case. And until that happens, I don't know how you face the cameras. I'm with you. I think it'd be a difficult thing, and maybe they do on a Friday and hope it's a news dump, get it over with, and everybody moves on to the weekend and cares about the Super Bowl and forgets that that's ever going to happen. But I got news for them if they think that's the case. That's not how the SEC in the state of Alabama works with these things. The Super Bowl is important, but it's not that important. So in time, whether it's today, whether it's tomorrow, whether it's next week, next month at SEC spring meetings in Destin or wherever, there's going to be questions that are going to need to be answered. And I don't know if Alan Green, Bryan Harsin alone are enough to answer those questions. I think there are a lot of people that are going to have to say what happened and why.
But in fairness to Bryan Harsin, not that appears to have been a huge priority over the last couple of weeks, but in fairness to Bryan Harsin, Auburn begins spring practice March 14th. He'll have to face the cameras then. In fairness to him, you cannot make him the first person that answers these questions, right? He can't be the first official from Auburn that rolls in front of a camera to ask these questions. If you're being fair to him, someone in a position of power has to face the music before he has to.
Wait, did you just say if you're being fair to him?
Well, no, that's what I said. I know that's not a huge priority right now, Alex, but if you want to be fair to him, the fair thing is to not make him the first guy to go in front of a camera.
In an ideal world, yes, but in an ideal world, Auburn doesn't begin an inquiry into the investigation the minute he gets on a plane to go to Mexico. They don't hang him out to dry like this. They've given no indication that they are considering Bryan Harsin's feelings in any of this. And maybe it's just as simple as we're paying you X million dollars a year, deal with it. But I don't know how they come out there, because here's the rub in all of this. The natural person to answer all of these questions is Alan Green. And the question that's going to be asked of Alan is, why did we ever get in this situation in the first place? Do you not have enough power here to make this move? How much of this began with the initial coaching search? Does he want to answer all of those questions? Does he have answers to all of those questions? I don't know. So, yeah, I mean, I think Bryan Harsin would like somebody else to stand up and speak up before he has to. I just don't know if that's going to be the case, because there's a stunning lack of leadership at Auburn right now, and because of that, it's hard to know who would answer the questions and in what form. So, your point is well taken, but this whole situation throws a reason out the door.
Hey, let's push this to fall of 2022. You lost your final 5 games of this season. You lost your offensive and defensive coordinators. 18 guys are in the portal. You really don't have what I would call a really good option at quarterback. You've got a difficult schedule, obviously, with the SEC West. Where do you think, and look, and I know it's hard to make these predictions, because before the NFL season, if 99 out of 100 guys would have said Cincinnati comes in last in the AFC North, but right now, out of the 7 in the SEC West, where would you put the Auburn Tigers?
Near the bottom. I mean, maybe it's not the absolute bottom. Maybe they're more in the middle, but everything you laid out there is correct. They have a lot of options at quarterback, but none of them appear to be that interesting. I mean, is Zach Calzada the guy? Is TJ Finley the guy? Is the Oregon transfer the guy? Well, and if one of them gets the job, what happens to the other 2 guys? Where's the talent coming from when you're finishing 8 out of 14 teams in the SEC in recruiting rankings this year? And you have all of those players who have exited for the transfer portal, because where's your depth? And then you look at the schedule, your top 2 rivals, the team that you have to beat in order to have a successful season, just competed in the national championship against one another and are expected to compete again to be in the playoffs. So where's the break on Auburn's schedule? Where's the guy coming in that's going to be transformative and take this team to a level it wasn't last year? How are they going to be better than last year when they lost 5 straight and finished 6 and 7? I mean, it's a hard path to see, and you're right, stranger things have happened, but it doesn't look very promising right now, which just leads you to wonder, is Auburn delaying the inevitable here? You've already put Harsin in such a difficult situation, and now he's got to roll it back against this schedule with that roster. There are uphill climbs, and then there's what's happening on the plains right now.
All right, he is Alex Scarborough with much more on this. He'll have it at AlexS_ESPN, ESPN.com as well. Alex, thank you so much for your time.
I appreciate it, fellas.
All right, buddy. Take care. Alex with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
Much more of this conversation as we continue on. But first, I'll remind you that Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda is out now. 4 classic soda flavors with all the pop. A whole new way to experience them. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda is seltzer with the pop of soda. 100 calories, 0 sugar. Available wherever you buy beer. Try them today. Bud Light Seltzer Hard Soda.
If this whole thing weren't screwed up enough, the point I'm making is, and I know fairness to Bryan Harsin has not been a priority here. I get that, right? But you guys see what I'm saying. He's got to meet the media within a month because of spring practice. He's going to face the media.
Right.
You can't do this to him and make him be the first person to go out there. But to Alex's point, who are you going to roll out? Allen Green. There's not anybody in this world that thinks Allen Green's going to be the athletics director at Auburn more than a year.
Yeah,
nobody.
I don't think he makes it to the fall.
Jay Googe is the outgoing president.
They've already named his
successor. Lance, who talks?
Yeah, look, I think Allen Green is looking for a way out right now. And I think the sooner the better for Allen Green.
No doubt.
And I think even for these people that wanted Bryan Harsin out, it might work out like this because, I've said for the last couple of weeks, if he goes 5 and 7, you can't force him out now after what has happened next year. But if you bring a new athletics director in, you can.
Yep, that's exactly right. And Paul says that new athletic director, new president, they know next season's going to be a disaster no matter what. Might as well keep him and make a fresh hire after next season in a normal cycle. That is what Paul is saying in the Front Folio chat room.
The buyout drop after next season?
It's 70% of remaining. I'd have to go look.
So if his salary is $5 million, it'd be down to 13.5.
Yeah,
12.5 million.
Still a lot of money.
It's still a ton of money. It's nothing compared to what you paid Malzahn.
Yep, it'll be half of what you paid Malzahn.
Yeah.
Keep in mind, speaking of Malzahn, I think it was after the 2017 was a good year. 2018 season, where Auburn was unhappy with Gus Malzahn again. And I think they ended up, lowering his buyout to keep him. Like they were going to get rid of him. There was some negotiation behind the scenes, and they never made an announcement, that they had lowered his buyout. It just was something that contractually happened in a void, in a vacuum down there at Auburn, that they had sort of reworked some of the X's and O's of his contract. So I guess there's a precedent set for not reacting, whatever release they send out today, not doing anything officially on camera.
Maybe so.
Man, this is a Kim and Kanye situation. Are they divorced, by the way?
I couldn't tell you. Who knows?
But
right.
She's dating Pete, didn't she?
Oh, yeah. I guess they should be. Yeah.
But didn't we had that steak bed forever, and it seemed like, I was like, oh, here it comes.
Yep.
Here comes that divorce. And then they would have a public appearance, and everything would be fine.
But, if I'm Auburn, by the way, if I'm the power booster that was behind this or the school, whatever that was behind this, I know Harsin's got the hand right now. I don't want him to have the first word because you know what? He's the guy that's been wronged. And if he's the guy that has the first word in that press conference to start spring, he could just unload.
Oh, yeah.
But listen,
Scorch earth.
And we live in a society, right, that he would win over a lot of people if he went out there and was unbridled and passionate, got angry, maybe cried a little bit. If he did all of that, he would be beloved. He'd be beloved. He would win the day.
You know what would make him the most popular Auburn coach since Pat Dye? Is if in that first press conference he stood up and he said, I haven't been here long, but here's what I've learned about Auburn. I love this place, but your boosters are trying to ruin this football program. I stared them down, and I won. And I did it for you Auburn fans.
And I'm going to do it again.
And I'll do it again. And if they come after me, They better come after me hard because I got all you Auburn fans behind me. He'd have a lot of fans. Now, the minute he goes 6-6, he loses all those fans. It's all about winning.
And that's the thing when you start to look at the schedule. At least he's got 2 gimmies to start the season.
But you know what? I mean, why not come out guns a-blazing? They're going to try to fire him anyway. Him hammering him in a press conference is going to make him any more or less fireable.
Yeah,
They're going to try.
He
they
knows
don't want the
this
guy.
is a terminal situation.
Of course it is.
Yeah.
The only thing that could save his job is pulling a Tuberville.
But see, I really believe, and I may be wrong, Auburn people can correct me as you often do, I really do believe there is a fan base that loves Auburn. There are the Auburn athletes, everyone that loves this place, and there is this small group of boosters who think they love Auburn but really love the power. I really do believe there is this big circle over here of Auburn loving people that love the school and care nothing about the school but love, love, love. And there is the small group of people who continue to try to screw it up for the big masses. I truly believe that.
I agree with that 100%, but that small group wanted Harsin out.
Yeah.
This large group, more than half probably wanted Harsin out. I think Harsin sits over there. I think Harsin wanted out.
I think Harsin might have wanted Harsin out for $18.5 million.
I think for 18.3, he would have loved to have been out of this complete mess. So, we'll see. To me, it's fascinating.
I mean, because we don't mention this one enough, Paul is right. We have got the 2 best examples in our state. Tuberville saved his job. DuBose saved his job. Mike DuBose was a 7-5 from being unemployed, and what did he do? He won the SEC championship.
But ultimately, what happened to both of those guys?
They both got fired.
Yeah.
You don't. I mean, yeah, you don't. I don't think you ever fully come back from this if you're Bryan Harsin. And that's why I say go out guns a-blazing. They want to fire you. You're not going to make them want to fire you anymore.
They're never going to love you is what
They're
you're saying.
never going to love you.
They're never going to love you.
There's nothing he could do to make these people that his side has now stared down and won. There's nothing he will ever be able to do to bring those people to his side ever in the sentence. It's not going to happen. So why embrace them? Why embrace them? Because they're going to fire you the next moment you give them any opportunity. They are going to fire you.
Well, the next thing that has to happen is they've got to officially give a contract to an offensive coordinator, which, by the way, they have been denying salary for the offensive coordinator, the people who were trying to fire him. So now they've got to free up money to pay the offensive coordinator and, agree to that contract. The people that wanted him fired have to say, okay, we'll let you pay your offensive coordinator, and here's how much money you can pay.
But you know what they're going to do? They're going to hamstring him because that's their way to fire him.
Well, he was going to hire from within anyway.
He was, and he's probably going to have to now. I mean, would you take that job? After all you've seen, if you were any kind of offensive coordinator, would you take that
Zero
job?
chance.
Not a chance in the world.
And the guy that he's going to hire from within is a Boise guy, and you're going to get a little bump in pay. So it's a no-brainer to take it because once Harsin's out, you're out anyway.
That's right.
Exactly. You're all out anyway. Keep an eye on guys like Zach Etheridge, who reports earlier this week Kirby Smart wanted over on the coaching staff there.
I think that'll be a big telltale.
Yeah. I would get out as quick as I could.
And then keep an eye on the transfer portal. And if any of these people who are big stars at Auburn, if they leave, if Tank Bigsby or anybody like that decides to leave through all this, and at that point there'll be a lot of people who would start painting it. Oh, see, he didn't want Harsin to come back.
That's right. Yep.
Yeah, which may not be at all true. He may just want to get out of the situation.
What a mess.
Yeah, it is a interesting scenario that, truthfully, I don't think I've ever seen. That in February you almost fire a coach, and now he is, according to reports, gonna hang around. All right, we roll on here. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's Restaurant.
Yeah, great place to go all weekend long. The weather, I think it's going to tip 70 today, Jimmy Tight.
sir.
72 today, LT, with chilling temperatures on Saturday.
I would suggest go by, get some of the award-winning wings, maybe that delicious Diablo sandwich, some ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. Sit outside, enjoy this great weather, and, of course, live music tonight, tomorrow night. It's always going on at Odie's Tavern. It's a Birmingham institution. Go see Will Haver and that great staff and mark it down every Wednesday night. It's Team Trivia Night. That's at Odie's Tavern right there in Crestline Village.
Hey, Forrester, Dude, I sent you a picture of the big recruit that signed with Georgia. You don't have that yet. Can we, when we come back, before we go to trash, a guy committed to Georgia yesterday. His name is Bronson Robinson.
Oh, that's a great name.
You've got to see the way this guy is chiseled as a 17-year-old. I mean, it's a kind of photo that takes you back to Derrick Henry's days of the way he looked in high school just coming out. And I don't know his height or anything, but his arms. If you have not seen this guy's arms,
And if a man knows a man's body,
That's right, it's Jimmy Dunaway.
If a man knows a man's body, you know it's this guy right here on TNR.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met. There's no better way to kick off the new year than by getting your finances in order. And our friends at Mortgage Right can help you beef up your bank account with ease. With a cash-out refinance, you can pay off your debt or make that important purchase by taking advantage of your home equity. Don't miss out on the chance to make your home work for you. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to make the most of this opportunity today. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
Have you had a pipe burst, a washing machine overflow? Maybe your toilet or bathtub has overflowed upstairs and now you have water coming through your ceiling. Big problem for you? No problem for a Dry Tech specialist. They're ready to help. It is important to act immediately when water damage occurs. Failing to do so can cause mold, rot, and mildew issues. Long-term exposure to these toxins can cause many health issues down the road. So act fast. Your first step is calling Dry Tech Solutions, 205-637-0143. They have 24/7 emergency services, 205-637-0143 or mydrytech.com. The Next Round team is getting healthy in 2022. You could join the challenge as we look to lose weight with our friends at Way to Wellness. Plus, you can participate with your office as well and win a grand prize. For more information, go to nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, Lance Taylor here from the Next Round for our friends at the New Balance Birmingham store. Today, here are some tips on how to stay healthy during the cold months of winter. Number 1, get some cardio. 2, get a proper fit on your shoes to get the most out of that cardio. The New Balance in-store fit specialist will match you with the perfect New Balance shoe for the perfect fit. Visit the New Balance store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today. That's from our friends at the New Balance store.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan-Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
We'll get to trash in just a second. Part of our show being brought to you by the great folks at Gutter Cap, getting the house ready for the rainy season coming up. Always got to protect that house year round, and there's no better way to do it, and it adds to your home's value, too. It is Gutter Cap.
Yes, patented aluminum cover system. It fits over the existing gutter. It will keep the debris out. It will keep the gutters free flowing. Eliminate gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. Write the number down, 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com right now. For the next round viewer and listener, 45% off the retail price. Stay off the dangerous ladder forever. Cap it, don't snap it. Guttercap, 823-2212.
All right. 17-year-old running back commitment, Bronson Robinson to Georgia. And his arm muscles are unbelievable. Look at this.
Good gosh. That guy's 17?
Yep. 17 years old. He's going to play football at Georgia. You think he misses arm days?
I don't think he does.
Yeah, and skip him. Look at his.
Yeah,
look at his thigh.
I mean, he looks like he's 26, 27.
Yeah. But can I just tell you how much of a Photoshop I think that is? And you know why I think it's Photoshopped?
Why?
Even though it's not.
Why?
But doesn't that football look oversized?
You know what? You're right. That football does look a little big.
Yeah, it looks like Australian rules.
Like he's playing rugby.
I'm such a conspiracy theorist when it comes to these unique photos. But that doesn't look like a regulation football compared to what his arm size should be.
Yeah, I'm going to say those aren't his arms either.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think you
got duped.
I think we had a Photoshop here.
How did I get duped? I'm the one that
we're
brought
looking
it up.
at it right now.
I brought it up.
So it'd be worthless to look at if it was fake.
I brought it in to tell you I thought it was Photoshopped.
No, you got it right.
Not the
Jim.
arms though. You were talking about how incredible this guy's physique was.
Yeah, exactly. I was premeditated. I planned this out.
We need to play the Super Bowl, Rockstar.
Yeah.
We need to get Lance. Have you picked a team yet?
we got to get the undercurrent of this anticipation for the game out of this room.
Yeah.
We need to play the game.
What is that, more Dunaway or me?
Well, I just think it's everybody. I just think there's this.
I don't think you guys really care about the Super Bowl.
I really do not, to be honest with you. I'm going to watch it. Don't care who wins. I'm happy for you if your Rams win.
I'm there for the commercials and the halftime show.
And good
Trash
food.
is coming up this hour of the show, being brought to you by the great folks at Champy's World Famous Chicken, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Get by there. Eat some great Southern fried chicken and those Mississippi Delta tamales. Royal Payne on Twitter in the Farmfolio chat room. You never know what the next year could hold for Bryan Harsin. Remember, Mike Shula was given the chance to save his job by firing his assistant, and he said no. And then Nick Saban showed up that year, and the rest is history. Now Bryan Harsin gets a second chance. You never know what the next page could end up being for the Bryan Harsin situation down there. Here we go. Trash time, Rocky. Hit it, man.
Thank you very much for giving me this. And I appreciate my fans also. My wife and my girlfriend. My wife. Yeah, sorry to say. I'm so sorry, my wife.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, not everything in life comes with a second chance, but our friends at Mortgage Right know that this rule does not apply when it comes to a home refinance. With refinancing experts nationwide, Mortgage Right has the tips, tools, and dedication to help you take advantage of interest rates while they're still low, but act quickly because rates are rising. Don't let a great refinancing opportunity slip away. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239. Equal housing lender. Do you guys want to start with a really sweet, nice story?
I would love that.
Always
That's
love
fantastic.
those.
Yeah, I've just got to. I got to cliff note it a little bit because it's a little long, but this is really cool. I had this sent to me from a friend. For Audrey Sope, the father-daughter dance is a big social event. Always a highlight of her year. This year, though, as it was drawing near, the 11-year-old was filled with dread. Audrey's father died in March.
Oh.
It gets better.
Okay.
Just 5 weeks
to.
later, she also lost her grandfather, who would have been in the stand-in for the date.
My gosh, Lance. When does this get better?
Getting there. According to Audrey's mom, Holly, quote, "We had such a horrible year. She had been through so much. Still, Audrey wanted to attend the dance at her local church with all of her friends. About a month before the event, Sope started brainstorming date options for her daughter. One man came to mind. It seemed improbable that an NFL player would say yes, but there was no harm in asking because it was her daughter's favorite sports star. Sope sent an Instagram message a few days before Christmas to Anthony Harris, an Eagles player who's originally from Richmond. Quote, "I knew it was far-fetched. I didn't know what I was expecting," Sope said, "but I figured at least I'd try." Sope wrote to the NFL player, "Hey, this is kind of a crazy big ask. Feel free to say no. but there's this dance at the end of January. She explained her daughter's predicament. Is there any way you would consider doing this? To her shock, he replied right away. Given that football season was still in motion and there was a chance his team might make the playoffs, he couldn't immediately commit. Quote, if we don't make it to the playoffs, I would be open to that, he wrote back. This wasn't the first time Harris and Sope had corresponded. They started communicating periodically over Instagram in March 2020. Sope and her 2 kids live in a small town of Texas, just north of Austin. Originally from Minnesota, the Sope family had been a longtime fan of the Minnesota Vikings, and their favorite player is Harris, who played for the Vikings for 6 seasons before signing the contract with the Eagles.
Oh, wow.
So, anyway,
there's the picture.
He agreed to do it, man.
Man, that is incredible.
He took her to the dance, man. That will bring tears to your
really
eyes,
did.
man.
As you were telling the story, I got a little choked up. I mean, first of all, having daughters, and we've all got daughters, that's part of it. But just his unbelievable kindness. Guy could have easily made an excuse up, could have ignored it, could have said, I never saw it. But he did the amazing thing, man.
Well, they go on to say that unfortunately the husband and dad died in a tragic accident, and Harris was actually raised by a single mother, so he knew the importance of this. So, man, that is just
what position does this guy play?
Incredible.
What's he play? I don't know him.
I think he's a safety.
All right, I am all about this guy now.
Yep. What a great story there.
Hope he's an all-pro, man.
There
Good
he is.
for him. Yep, there he is tackling Gronk. That's right.
Yeah.
That wasn't that hard.
Chances are Gronk broke that arm tackle.
Anyway, great story.
It's abuse of the elderly.
Appreciate the send-in there.
Man, that's fantastic. Thanks for doing that.
Yeah. Everybody needs that on a Friday, right?
Yeah.
This one out of now back to trash.
The bad stuff.
Trash. 1 in 10 Americans do not wear seatbelts. Many don't even strap in their kids.
You didn't need yours today, did you?
I did take it off a couple of times.
How today?
I
And
don't
now
know.
day and age, how you have to go out of your way not to wear.
I think it's one of the amazing things about watching some of the period pieces, whether it's a Netflix show like Mindhunters, where they get T-boned in the car and they never wear seatbelts, and you understand that because that was just part of that generation.
Well, they also have the things where if you don't strap your seatbelt in immediately, as you get over like 5 miles an hour, you get this.
Oh, it's
like why not wear it?
I probably wear it more for that than the safety if I'm going a short distance. Like sometimes if I'm short distance, I won't throw it on initially, but that wears me out. So I have to put it on.
I heard a stat one time, and 80% of
majority of your car accidents are within a couple miles of your house.
Yeah, 80% of stats are made up. But I've always heard that within 10 miles of your house is where a majority of your serious car accidents are.
Yeah, we moved more than 10 miles away, so I'm safe now.
Well, I will tell you,
your house is.
Jim,
I always wear the seatbelt. A report here on seatbelt and car seat use found that 93% of people in the state of Washington actively wear their seatbelts, but the study found that more than 1 in 10 Americans, 11%, do not use seatbelts while driving. Said teen drivers are the least likely to use a seatbelt, but it varies based on their passengers. Study also states 33% of drivers who don't wear seatbelts also don't strap in their kids. That's selfish.
Yeah.
If you're out there and you don't wear a seatbelt, strap in your kid anyway.
Yeah.
But the back seat gets a little sketchy. I forget sometimes, like in an Uber. Like when I'm just jumping.
I never do it in the Uber.
I never do it in the back seat.
But see, I do.
You're trusting a driver you've
I
never
know.
met.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm in the back seat.
They could have just done a huge line of Coke.
Okay.
Yeah, but
T-bone doesn't affect the back seat.
Well,
but usually, there's a reason I've called it Uber. So the last thing I'm thinking about is the seatbelt.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where's the seatbelt I put on?
But I do.
Imagine if this was your Uber driver. Next story. A motorist arrested for possession of a bag of magic mushrooms told police that he saw the hallucinogen on a show on Netflix and wanted to try them, according to a Florida police report. Now, cops say Christopher Singleton, 41, was driving an unregistered Ford F-150 late Friday when he was pulled over about 50 miles from Orlando. During a search of the truck, police found a Crown Royal satchel containing 3 bags of marijuana. I used to carry the little felt bag, the Crown Royal bag, and I had everything in it from marbles to jacks to when I was a kid.
Yeah, I love it as a kid.
I didn't know where you're going with that.
Your spend-the-night knapsack.
I had roach clips, and I didn't know where you're going with that.
It used to be, they make them now, but it used to be a commodity in the golf world because people would use it for their valuables when they're on the course. Like put your wallet in there and your watch and all that. Yeah, but now like everybody makes them, so you don't have to have that anymore.
Well, Singleton cops report said these, quote, shrooms were for mushrooms to hallucinate, adding that he saw them on a show on Netflix, wanted to try them. The show turned Singleton onto the mushrooms. It was not identified in the police report what the show was, though the documentary they found out was Have a Good Trip, Adventures in Psychedelics. Don't really want to see that one.
Me either. I used to keep this thing called Crown Royal in my Crown Royal thing back in college.
I mean, teach his own, Jim.
No. It usually it ended up being in my car, and I would keep loose change in it.
Right.
You guys are going to hate this. Bad news for cat lovers. The Kitten Bowl. For years, a cuddly TV addition to Super Bowl Sunday has been canceled by the Hallmark Channel. I didn't know it existed. I know about Puppy Bowl.
Yeah, I'm a dog guy. I never searched out the Kitty Bowl. I always thought it was the Puppy Bowl.
Well, which side was Hannah Storm on?
Now, the news was confirmed on Hallmark Channel USA's Facebook page. Now, as Variety reports, Kitten Bowl was part of the Super Bowl Sunday programming for the last 8 years. Like Puppy Bowl, the show was intended to promote adopting animals from shelters and rescues.
But our game was serious. They really kept score.
I got not intentionally, a Twitter spat with the coach from what's that show?
Last Chance U.
Last Chance U. That Jason Brown guy.
Yeah.
He was all up in my grill today.
About what?
About Mike McDaniel, the Dolphins coach. But
Al Madrigal?
Huh?
Al Madrigal?
Yeah, I was going to say.
Y'all should have named Jason Brown your next head coach.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's what I eventually.
A lot of hot tubs in Miami.
I eventually reminded him of the fact that one guy's an NFL coach and the other guy's selling bourbon and recording podcasts. You tell me who knows more football. But before that, I was looking at some of his Super Bowl picks. And I can't even remember where I was going with that now.
Who does Jason Brown have, Super Bowl 56?
I think he likes the Rams. He lives out in L.A. I'm sorry to tell you that.
Oh, yeah. He's a Compton guy, right?
He's a Compton guy.
He does not like to talk about that, though.
Yeah,
Nope.
Yeah, he'll never bring that up.
All of his friends are at the halftime show.
I can't tell you now because he blocked me.
Okay, that's always fun.
He got upset this morning.
Okay, here's the headline. Faith healer convinced pregnant woman that hammering a nail in her skull would result in a baby boy, according to doctors.
Okay.
I always heard it was like socks on her doggy style. I never knew the old
What was your,
nail
what'd
through
you
skull.
always, what'd you hear?
Socks on doggy style.
Okay.
I mean, you've heard there's other ways
socks
to
on
do
got
this.
you a boy?
Yeah.
No,
Hot feet?
I'm not saying. I'm saying there's urban legends out there on how to have a kid. I've never heard the hammering of a nail in the skull.
Well, yeah, that one seems a little extreme. I'd try your two first.
The pregnant woman was so desperate not to give birth to a fourth daughter that she consulted a faith healer who said he just knew exactly what to do. Quote, hammer a 2-inch nail into your skull. Now, the woman, who has not yet been identified by police, showed up at the Lady Reading Hospital in Pakistan this past week with extensive bleeding from the skull.
God, that's awful.
She had first told the city medical staff that she had, quote, been advised to recite chants and hammer the nail into her own skull to guarantee the gender of her unborn child would be a male.
Don't go chasing rainfalls.
Waterfalls.
Oh, my God.
Would you rather be the one would you rather me nail your skull or you yourself nail your skull?
I'd have to have someone else do it.
Because you're going to be so hesitant.
Yeah. And you're also going to miss the nail at some point.
Which is
How
gonna
do
be worse.
you live with a 2-inch nail in your skull?
Well, you don't.
Did you have a boy?
I'll get to that.
Spoiler alert.
Now, the team also investigating why medical staff did not immediately alert authorities about the incident. Now, the neurosurgeon at the hospital told local media the woman was bleeding and, in quotes, immense pain. I would assume so.
I have a headache.
She said the woman in her locality did the same thing and gave birth to a boy, even though the ultrasound had shown the unborn was a girl.
That's right. You laugh at it.
He was hiding that junk behind the left leg. Is what he was doing. Now, the woman who had not had an ultrasound to determine her child's gender told police that her husband threatened to leave her if he had a fourth daughter. I would say the easier thing is just to let the dude
let him
leave
go. Yeah, he's looking for a way out anyway.
I would say Will needs to come to trivia. Name teams at trivia.
Oh, my God.
I'm not even going to read it.
No, but that is so good, and it would happen to be one. Yeah.
That would be a trivia name.
Will just motivated me to drill the camera there. Okay, so why ways dating in the past was terrible. In the 17th century, French aristocrats communicated their desires with fake beauty marks called mouches. This was a practice that would spread to other parts of Europe. Now, they pasted black velvet patches onto their face, and the placement signified their interest. As one professor writes, it said that women who wanted to create the impression that they liked another guy, they stuck it near the corner of their mouth. Those who wanted to flirt a little bit more chose the cheek. Those in love put a beauty spot beside the eye. Spot on the chin indicated playfulness, and a patch on the nose was cheekiness.
So Cindy Crawford loves a guy. She's the one it's pretty much a beauty mark.
Yeah.
But this is one that you just patch on.
Now, if you were a Puritan singleton in colonial America, you were often not allowed to be alone with your potential mate. However, wooing couples did come up with a brilliant workaround. It was called a courting stick. It was a hollow tube about 6 feet long through which they could talk to each other while keeping their bodies at a safe, God-approved distance. I heard of the 5-foot rule down at the old Mons Venus. Never heard of the old 6-foot-long cording stick.
Yeah, but if I'm 6 feet away from you, you can't hear me. We have to go through a stick.
Yeah, we've learned that, haven't we?
Yeah.
So they said that was God's approved distance.
Yep.
Is that what that was?
What they said.
I don't remember that verse.
And finally,
I'll look
when
again.
18th century American paramours were given rare moments of privacy, it came with severe limitations. Consider the custom of bundling, in which a couple slept together fully clothed, sometimes tied in a sack, sometimes with a wooden board between them. The idea was to allow them to talk, get to know each other without risking the actual skin-on-skin contact.
You don't think I'm going to be able to move a board?
Yes.
If I'm in there, you can't take my clothes off.
They used to sew them in the bed, though, right?
Yeah, they put them in. Yeah.
There's a time I probably could have moved that board with the old kickstand. A time.
It's a good sleep number there.
Socks on?
That, my friend, is Trash.
Socks on, bro.
Trash Today, brought to you by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Always a great sponsor here on the next round. Everybody knows that a cash out refinance doesn't necessarily grow on trees, but you can get it through our friends right now at Mortgage Right. With that full out cash on refinance, you can use your home for whatever requires funding in your future. All you got to do is head over to mortgageright.com/TNR NMLS 2239 Equal Housing Lender.
All right, we roll on. When we come back, more reaction from all of you on the Bryan Harsin situation. We're open in the 12 o'clock hour as well, so 205-734-0923, 734-0923 right here on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Excalibur Services, now a Train dealer, invites you to join their Total Home Comfort Club. Just like your car, your heating and cooling, electrical and plumbing systems need to be maintained for top performance, safety, and comfort. The Excalibur Home Comfort Club benefits include free consultations, priority scheduling, summer and winter cooling and heating tune-ups, a yearly plumbing and electrical inspection, plus 15% off any repair. Ask about our limited time buy one, get two sale. Call us today at 205-718-8688. Excalibur Services, Alabama license number 15214.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the next round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
Since 1881, Seiko has built a legacy as a true watch manufacturer, covering all parts of the process, from design to production. Today, Seiko continues its legacy, offering dedication to perfection and the very best pieces in timekeeping. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at Bromberg's Mountain Brook, from elegant ladies' watches to rugged sports models. Seiko, now available at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway. Let me take a second to talk about my friend Greg from Pell City and his company, Storm Restoration Roofing. He's the owner, and it's been locally owned for over 20 years. Insurance companies love Greg, and that's going to benefit you, the customer. Storm Restoration Roofing is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, and they'll give you a free no-cost inspection. No obligation, no cost. 205 542-3531. 542-3531, or look up Greg from Pell City on Facebook. It's Greg Nelson and Storm Restoration Roofing.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Hey guys, John Lunsford here for our friends at Way to Wellness. As a former offensive lineman, I developed some bad habits to maintain a large playing weight in my college years. But thanks to Way to Wellness, I've been able to learn great new habits that have let me drop over 15 pounds in just the first couple weeks of the program. I can already see the incredible transition, and you can be a part of it too. Join our weight loss challenge on the Next Round website, and also learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com. Lose weight and feel great with our friends at Way to Wellness.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Will, in the Farmfolio chat room, says, let me take a crack, Dunaway, on what I would release today if I was Auburn.
Okay, I did not like your PR answer earlier.
Okay, his is really good. So ask me the question again.
Mr.
Ryan Brown, Associated Press.
Yes, your statement said that you now have decided to keep Bryan Harsin, which indicates you were considering firing Bryan Harsin. Why were you considering firing him?
Well, you know, when allegations from a former player or players were brought to our attention, we were obligated to investigate in the best interests of the student athletes on our campus. We back Coach Harsin and have always been committed to keeping him for a long, long time. After diving into the complaints in our investigation, we are comfortable and excited to have Coach Harsin continue building the culture he believes in. Yes, Lance Taylor.
Rams.com.
Why would something, if you have these allegations thrown out there, why would something take this long to investigate?
It's a thorough investigation, Mr. Taylor. You can't do things like this overnight. Ryan Brown.
Can you disclose the nature of those allegations against Coach Harsin?
I can't at this time. But I will tell you that everything that you've been reading in the media, not all those things are true, and we found that out in our investigation. But we're going to keep that in-house. Sean Henniger from the Rolling Stone.
Which things are true?
All the ones that we investigated.
God, that one gets himself in a knot quick, Eddie. You can go ahead and sue if you want. That was the last press conference.
Sue me.
Sue us.
If you want to sue us, if you really want to waste your time.
Yes, Lance Taylor, San Francisco Chronicle.
Why just days ago, coincidentally, was language added to an Auburn policy that seemed to relate directly to Bryan Harsin?
You know what's interesting about that?
We just want to make sure that anytime we have an investigation, we're able to get to the truth to protect everyone, Lance.
You know what's interesting about that as we step away from the press conference a moment back here into the Next Round studios. Pete
press conference.
Pete Thamel and Chris, in case you could tell, Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe, from their article about this, sources tell ESPN that Harsin met with officials running the school's inquiry Wednesday night before attending the SEC head coaches meeting.
Yeah, I'd seen that yesterday morning.
Really?
Yeah, and I thought that was interesting that he met with them and nothing was decided and he still went to the meeting. So I thought that was I thought that was something that was a positive for Harsin if he met with them and he was still representing Auburn at the meeting yesterday. Part of our show being brought to you by our friends at Redmont Distilling. Weekends here, happy hour, drink responsibly with Redmont, the official vodka of the 2022 World Games.
Yeah, a lot of people having Super Bowl parties. Redmont vodka would be a great gift to bring or serve it at your Super Bowl party. Locally owned and operated, their aim is clarity and taste. It's color and smells vodka perfection. Redmont vodka made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, no harsh aftertaste. 8 times distilled, available at your local package store, including Pink Package in the beverage place, also ABC stores. Pick up a bottle today of Redmont vodka.
I'm interested though on the coaching staff. If there's another change in the coaching staff, and don't you believe that that no matter what happens next, if one coach leaves or one player leaves, it'll be portrayed as, well, that guy didn't like Harsin.
Yes, absolutely it will be. Yeah.
That guy hung around till right now because he didn't want Harsin to be there.
You mentioned coaches that other schools might be looking at that have some assistant coach openings. And this would only be natural. I mean, if I had a choice of, even if I'm Zach Etheridge and I played at Auburn, if I had the choice of being an assistant on Bryan Harsin's staff or going and being an assistant with Kirby Smart,
you know, one guy's going to have a job in 2023.
And I'm pretty sure, well, I shouldn't say pretty sure, but boy, the other one is far from a guarantee. So I'm going to do that. Yep. And that's going to be viewed as a reflection, Lance, on Bryan Harsin. But the truth is, it's a reflection in all likelihood on the whole scenario.
Yeah, it really is.
And you mentioned Tank Bigsby. That would be viewed as a slam against Bryan Harsin. But in truth, I mean, if Tank Bigsby's just like, this is such a screwed up situation, I am out of here. Nobody would blame Tank Bigsby for that.
Hey, look, I mean, can you imagine if somebody from Clemson reached out to Tank right now?
Yeah.
Much more on Bryan Harsin, the Super Bowl, LT's playlist, all that coming up. Final hour of the show. Rockstar cut number 9. As you pull that up, I'll tell you the folks at the University of Montevallo, the perfect place for your son or daughter to attend school. You're talking about a great place with a wonderful student to professor ratio, 14-1, so your small class sizes benefit your son or daughter so that they succeed academically. Great atmosphere, fraternities and sororities, new buildings going up, theater department, business department, 21 NCAA Division II fully funded scholarship sports there, and just a wonderful campus according to Southern Living. Check it out. Schedule an in-person tour, montevallo.edu, montevallo.edu. Miami Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel takes over yesterday. He's there at the news conference, and listen to this compliment he gives SEC football.
You take a look at the facility that's built here, which is, I feel like I'm in an SEC school. It's incredible. The stadium, everything going on around it. I think it kind of epitomizes Steve's vision. And that vision is broad, it's grand, and it's trying to be great. And that's what I'm here to get the football to.
I thought that was pretty interesting. And we hear players all the time tell us.
Podium.
No, he looks like the guy that introduces the head coach.
Yeah. Please welcome up the next head coach.
He does. But yeah, I mean, it's a compliment to the SEC. It really is. You know, I thought Hard Rock, the way they redid it, I think it's a neat stadium. I don't love it. Yeah. I haven't been to Levi. You guys were there. I mean, what's nicer?
Overrated. I sort of like the new design of Hard Rock.
Yeah, Hard Rock's nicer than Levi for the design.
But those facilities that we really, I think, take for granted.
Well, you guys dogged out the Dolphins facility though. You went there with me and dogged it out.
That was
surely they've moved it from there since then.
I don't think no.
That pro shop is the worst pro shop.
I don't disagree. It was awful.
And the facility was the worst looking facility ever.
Yeah. Now their big store is at Hard Rock Stadium. That was just the facility.
Yeah, I want to say this. This is not a shot to our friends at Legion. The Legion do a great job. But I think, Jay and Clayton and the guys at Legion have a better pro shop than the Miami Dolphins.
The one at the facility. Yeah, not the one at the stadium. But, yeah, I mean, that was a huge compliment to the SEC that a guy that has spent basically his whole career in the NFL would see a facility and say, man, I feel like I'm in the SEC.
Yeah, how about that? We're back in a moment right here in the next round. One more hour to go before we head off on a Super Bowl weekend right here on TNR.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. I'm absolutely loving my Alfa Romeo Stelvio that I've been in for months now, and right now you can get up to $3,500 bonus cash plus 1.9% financing for 72 months on the all-new 2021 Alfa Romeo Giulias and the Stelvios at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo. Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com, 1837 Grants Mill Road, exit 27, right off of I-459.
The real estate market is crazier than it's ever been before. I'm Jim Dunaway, and my friends at ERA King have 52 years of experience, over 200 agents, and they're opening new offices right now in Homewood, Vestavia, and Huntsville. ERA King has state-of-the-art offices and the most innovative tools in the business to help you. Text the word MOVE to 35260 to get started. That's the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35260. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
Wayne's Pest Control is taking pest control to the next level. Ryan Brown here from the next round. Keep your home pest-free and rodent-free with Wayne's proprietary Smart system. Smart is a digital, eco-friendly rodent monitoring solution that tells Wayne's you have an unwanted mouse or rodent before you even know about it. Wayne's Smart Service professionals will proactively set up an appointment to take care of that problem, keeping your family and pets safe and healthy. And right now, get $60 off Smart Pet Service with the offer code TNR. Let Wayne's create your happy place. 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com.
Hey, Vulcan here. A century of reaching for the stars has taught me a lot. For one, your arm gets really stiff, but it is cast iron. For two, the stars not only fell on Alabama, they opened a First Bank branch in Homewood with local banking stars and community banking with a 5-star rating. Big banks? First Bank outshines them hands down. Hands down. That would be a relief.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Farmfolio. If you're concerned about market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio can help you diversify your portfolio into cash-flowing farmland property. We all know about rental real estate. Cash flow and appreciation are the name of the game. With Farmfolio's productive farmland lots, your trees act as the tenants, and they pay you in fruit, which is sold by Farmfolio's international sales team to the likes of Walmart and Costco, ultimately generating cash flow for you. As your cash flow increases, your property value also increases. Just like tenant-occupied real estate, the best part is you don't have to be a farmer. You own, they farm, and you earn. This is the way it works at Farmfolio. For more information, you can go online, check everything out today. Go to farmfolio.net. That's farmfolio.net. Check it out today. If you're concerned about that market volatility or inflation, Farmfolio is your best friend. Go online today, farmfolio.net.
Iron Mountain Construction is an industrial services company with over 500 people available for your situation and needs. They are committed to safely supporting the operations of your facility through their execution of quality-driven maintenance services and on-time, on-budget small capital construction work. And they offer support with plumbers, pipe fitters, millwrights, iron workers, laborers, operators, and more. Call the office of Iron Mountain Construction, 205-781-1170 for Jeremy Purvis and Iron Mountain Construction.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, let's do a big headline here to start things off, sort of reset everything, get you ready for Super Bowl, big basketball weekend, and of course, what is going on with Bryan Harsin, and we'll do a little sound and headlines brought to you by our friends at Bromberg's.
Hey, Valentine's Day is coming up Monday, fellas, and we are making arrangements, our friends at Bromberg's, for a beautiful Valentine's Day. You can receive a free bouquet of fresh flowers with their Vietri hibiscus glass vase purchase. Our gorgeous Vietri vases, mouth-blown in Italy, available in a rainbow of beautiful colors, 3 different sizes. Prices begin at just $59, plus master engraver Harold Herglotz Jr. will add a romantic hand-engraved Italian sentiment for only $10 more. Quantities are limited, so stop by one of the 2 great locations of Bromberg's, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You can also order online today. Go to brombergs.com.
All right, if you've missed the developing news on Bryan Harsin today, ESPN reporting that Auburn will retain him as the head coach. Chris Lowe and Pete Thamel leading the reporting there. Still no word yet from Auburn on that as we approach the top of the hour there. But Brown, just sort of put into a nutshell what has happened, I don't know, the last 10 hours or so.
Pretty much. Bryan Harsin met with the people running the investigation, according to ESPN reports, down at Auburn. Franklin Lightfoot, gosh, I cannot remember the firm's whole name here, but Lightfoot is what it.
They hired somebody to do an investigation?
Yeah, absolutely. And
they'll find a way to spend $1, won't they?
Yes, they will. Billable hours remain undefeated, as some people will say. And he ended up meeting with them, apparently satisfied, if you believe the reports, satisfied, gave satisfactory answers to their questions. So Auburn at some point, according to Pete Thamel and Chris Lowe of ESPN, who are pretty good at this, at some point Auburn will announce today that Bryan Harsin will remain as head coach. Just my guess, and I think you guys agree, it's probably just a press release. I don't think you'll see anybody in front of lights and cameras making this announcement. And it'll be interesting to see, what is included in that release. If it's just a point blank, Bryan Harsin will remain as head coach. Bryan Harsin will remain as head coach after an investigation, yada, yada, yada. I think that's the interesting part now.
Or if they do any release at all, or they just try to let this just move on like nothing has happened. Why today? Why now? Well, because it continued to be news on ESPN.com and every major agency in the country, Auburn and the investigation into Bryan Harsin. Even former coaches like Gus Malzahn earlier this week were having to answer questions about Bryan Harsin and Auburn. Here's what Gus said earlier this week if you missed it.
First of all, I love this place. And I knew it was like a really good job. And my comfort knowing Terry and working with him, that was really exciting. But now that I've been here a year, it's even better than I thought. It's a wonderful place with wonderful people. Our fan base is just so fun and so good. The administration here is unbelievable. Everything's in alignment. It starts with our president to Terry on down, and that's really a huge key to having a chance to win a championship if you're a football coach.
Yeah. One thing that...
I remember that question was about, he had any comments about the Auburn situation.
That was the question that he answered that to? Wow.
I'm pretty sure it was.
Yeah. So do you know that one of the criticisms, and I'm told by people that are close to the Auburn program, this is actually a legitimate criticism of Bryan Harsin. No matter what you think about the allegations that were made, this criticism of Harsin is legitimate, is that he likes to operate in a cocoon, that he really doesn't want to be out in the community. He doesn't want, just to be part of the community. And you would say you really shouldn't have to do that as a head coach. You should be able to just be a coach at a town like Auburn, at a place like Auburn. You kind of have to do it. And I always heard the same thing about that guy, that was a criticism of Malzahn. Malzahn was a very paranoid guy. He really, really, really wanted to keep clamps on what was going on in that program. And he built a kind of an outer shell around that program, and you couldn't get inside it.
But I would say that the years between Bryant to Saban, there was a lot of that at Alabama where a lot of people wanted to, get their hands on the program and pull it into a direction. And when Nick Saban got there,
it's the same way.
I would say he was very much in a cocoon to start with, right?
There's no doubt, but he's winning, so you don't worry about it.
But now, he started to win, and he even gets out more and more in the community as time went on.
Now, that's one thing I'll say. Saban has never been one that shies away from getting the community. It's it's controlled. It's things like that. But
early on, when you're really seeing who your friends are, I don't blame. Maybe Gus Malzahn by his 7th year should have been more personable out in the community, but I wouldn't blame Bryan Harsin for my first year on a job of getting there and finding out who's your friend, who's not your friend.
Yeah, Paul says football Anthony Grant, and Anthony Grant got the same criticism in Tuscaloosa, is that Anthony just kind of wanted to dig in and work, and nobody, not working my shell, working my cocoon.
Guess what? Doesn't matter as long as you're winning.
It doesn't matter
because I never heard this with Harsin at Boise, and there could be those reports. And Boise seems like a bigger community than Auburn, but not much bigger. It seems like one of these communities where everybody would know everyone. I seriously doubt Chris Peterson was that way. And I'll never forget Joe Moorhead, the first time we met him at SEC Media Days when he took over the Mississippi State program. He was out in that community. And guess what?
Yep.
He was meeting everyone, and it didn't matter because he didn't win games.
That's right. I mean, it's all about winning games. But I am saying that is one criticism of Harsin. It's not why you fire the guy, but it's a criticism I've heard of him that is a legitimate criticism. And I was just making the point that Gus Malzahn, which seems like a different Gus Malzahn now.
He really does.
was a criticism of him too.
Well,
when he was at Auburn.
I've heard, and I don't know this to be fact or not because we've only met him a couple of times. I heard he's not the most likable guy.
Who, Harsin?
Yeah. And maybe because some of these power guys that didn't want him in the first place because of you combo the losses with the fact that he's not too personable, and you figure inevitably he's going to be gone anyway, and this is why you want to make this move.
Also happening down at Auburn is college game days in town for basketball. It's a big game going on right now for the Tigers. They're still the number one team in the country. I got asked earlier on our Farmfolio chat room, where do you guys think Auburn falls in the AP rankings on Monday? I do think they will not be the number one team, but I only think they fall to number 2. Gonzaga will jump to number 1. They've won 65 straight home games. I don't know who they played this weekend,
Purdue
but they'll
lost,
win
yeah.
again.
Auburn's going to be number 2.
Yeah, Auburn's going to be number 2.
You're not going to put Arizona all the way up there.
Purdue got drilled. I think Arizona's had a recent loss as well.
They lost to UCLA 2 weeks ago, I think it was.
2 weeks ago. So I think Auburn's only going to go to number 2. So it will not be a big drop.
Yeah.
Game days in town, that's going to help too. You got the national voices of basketball in town, and Bruce knows how important that is. Here's Bruce Pearl talking about having game day on campus.
College game day being here is exciting for the second time in 3 years. And when ESPN could go anywhere in the country to televise college basketball, that day they have chosen Auburn. And so we feel fortunate and blessed, and we're looking forward to having Reese and Jay, LaFonso, and Seth in town this weekend.
A good memory on all 4 guys who's on the crew.
That is, I don't know that I could have done
If
that.
I'd asked you guys, would you have remembered LaFonso?
LaFonso would have been the one I missed. He's been on our show before. He's really good, actually.
I forgot Seth was on it until he was on our show yesterday.
Yeah.
And I said, Seth, why don't we not get one of the guys on the game day? And you're like, he is on
game day. He's going to be there. Do you think game day, and I'll have to confess, I don't watch as much of the basketball game day as I do the football.
I've not seen 1 second of it this year.
Will they cover some of this story? Being in Auburn, this should be the best commercial for Auburn that they could buy.
I think they'll gloss over it.
It's a 1 hour show as opposed to a 3 hour.
Well, that
show.
does affect things because you got a lot to get to in that 1 hour.
They probably hit with things not great. Auburn football. This was once a proud football school, and there's been some turmoil and some adversity.
If I'm Bryan Harsin's representation, having a cameo appearance on game day in front of the packed student body with Reese and those guys doing something, even if it's trying to hit a half-court shot or anything like that.
I wouldn't want him on mic.
What if you get booed?
Yeah, that's a roll of the dice.
I would want to know if I'm going to get booed by my own students. I'd like to know that right now. Hey, I would like to know that right now.
We are the Ricardos. When Lucy was, remember, she didn't know whether to come out.
That's right.
Yeah.
And Ricky made the right call on that. So I think it is a little dicey. I think they would applaud.
I think, all right, if I'm his representation and they're really good at what they do, I think here's the way I think through that. This is going to be an environment drunk with excitement, right?
Right.
Chances are they're not going to boo him. They're going to cheer anything on.
I mean, it's going to be not just normal game day. It'll be packed because the game starts right afterwards. Starts at 11.
Yep. And I feel like he's just, and that's a great point too. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, it's not just the students that'll be there, but all the fans will be there.
Yeah. He's just stared down the boosters and he's won. So I feel like my popularity is pretty good right now. The one thing I don't want is him on mic. I might tell ESPN, look, coach is going to be standing right here. If you want a shot of him waving, whatever, that's great, but we're not going to do interviews.
Or we could do, hey, if you want to do a three-point shoot, 30 seconds, Jay Billis versus Bryan Harsin, Bryan will come out and do that.
Yeah.
No mics.
It's a tough look for ESPN if they've actually got one of their guys are in them. They're not asking him any questions.
I feel really confident we will not see Bryan Harsin.
I think Lance is right. I'd be back in Mexico if I were him.
I would too.
In a heartbeat.
I actually would have taken the settlement, and you can think what you want.
That's right.
I don't get the full 18.
Yeah,
give me 14.
Give me 10 and a half. I'll be in Mexico.
God, there's part of me who wants to go steak that we'll see Bryan Harsin live at some point, even a shot.
How about it? You've got stakes to play with. You ate 2 back yesterday.
Here's the point. I won't sit down and watch it to find out if he wins or not. So,
I mean, somebody's going to have to tell us, right?
Because I'll be going. It's the better game tomorrow. Auburn will annihilate.
Well, we know
Texas
he's back. I'll do this. You said he was going to coach in 6 Iron Bowls.
Right on that. You stepped right on it.
I will bet a stake that he never wins an Iron Bowl.
I will not go with that bet. I mean, I'm already on the hook with one that he won't coach 6.
I'll give you.
Even though I get to fight,
I'll give you a win.
I get to
How
live
about
a day
this?
only 3 stakes down.
I will drop the win total to 5.5. All you got to do in this regular season, you got to go 6-6 in the regular season if you want to take that over.
Well, what are you asking? I can get rid of that other stake bet?
No. I'm just saying a separate stake bet. I'll put the win total at 5.5 for Auburn this year, regular season.
Right now, I think I'm more invested in Bryan Harsin than Auburn is. So, no, I'm going to keep what I got.
No, but if you're invested in anything, you think you win 6 games, right?
No. I think I've already got a stake on the line that he's going to coach 5 more Iron Bowls. I'm going to hold my water on Bryan Harsin. I'll be in Tuscaloosa at 11 o'clock tomorrow for Alabama, Arkansas. Huge game for the Tide.
When are you going to start painting your body, man? You're following that team.
My God.
No, I was at 2 Saturdays ago. I was at Auburn.
Okay.
Painting your body.
Full confession, though, I did not make it down to packed house at the University of Montevallo last night.
You didn't do the O?
Yeah, I did. I couldn't go.
You're becoming that guy that
I was
used
afraid
to.
that things would happen.
Who was the guy with the crazy hair that used to travel with the different jerseys? I mean, your ability to go to games is amazing.
The 316 guy.
John 316?
No, I'm talking about recently. Remember the guy that
Marlins man?
was like a Miami attorney.
Yeah, Marlins man.
Yeah,
Dunaway's Marlins man. Yeah, he's everywhere.
I dress better.
Do you know the rest of the games? Have you got your itinerary for the season?
Had a friend that wants to go to the SEC basketball tournament. I said, no way. I'd
go in a heartbeat in Nashville.
It's in Tampa.
I know, but I said I'd go in a heartbeat in Nashville.
I mean, by the time you get to the SEC basketball tournament, Auburn's locked in, Alabama's locked in. What are we going to watch?
Oh, basketball.
Yeah.
Well, I'd go in Nashville, though.
Now, I would tell you the SEC tournament ends up being a lot more exciting every time because inevitably they're playing to win a championship, so that's huge, even though you already know you're in the NCAA tournament. It would be a lot more interesting if it's like the SEC football championship and oftentimes the loser isn't going on to the playoffs. Then that's must-see television at that point.
I agree with
I end
that.
up watching it all the time anyway. I've tried to push him off unless going to the Women's College World Series in Oklahoma City this summer. So I may bucket list that and finally make it to OKC.
Well, those were his choices?
He's a big softball guy. Used to coach the sport, my friend Tony. So I'm like, instead of going to the SEC basketball tournament in Tampa, let's go to OKC. I've always wanted to go out there for that. I've been to Omaha a few times. Super Bowl this weekend. Here's Joe Burrow. You like Joe Burrow?
I do like Joe Burrow.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, I'm a little surprised before you get to your point. Was calling on a new client the other day, and I ran into this guy I knew, and there was another guy in there, and one was an Alabama fan. I think one was an Auburn fan. That makes it simple. But they both were like, man, it's so hard to pull against Joe Burrow. And I was like, your fan base has hated this guy just 2 years ago. Everybody in the SEC outside of LSU hated this guy, and it's like everyone completely loves Joe Burrow now.
There were a time most people hated Tom Brady, right?
Yeah,
with the Patriots.
I think so, yeah.
No, I think there's still a time.
I think
most people hated Brett Favre, or
I don't know. I think most people like Brett Favre.
I didn't like it.
Yeah.
See, I liked it.
No, I think Brett Favre was very well liked.
Yeah.
Because he just felt like the everyman. I think Joe Burrow is well respected. I think people respect the fact that he's turned Cincinnati around. The fact that literally they don't even have to count 5 Mississippi. Nobody blocks for him. And he just keeps playing his butt off. I think people respect him whether they like him or not.
He might go perfect quarterback rating of 158.3 on Sunday, but listening to Stephen A., I ran back to print something in one of our breaks, and Stephen A. was like, Stafford might put up the numbers, but he's going to make the mistakes. He was like, Burrow will put up the numbers, and he ain't making the mistakes.
Yeah. I'd probably take over a half an interception on Joe Burrow for a bet.
I mean, Joe Burrow, when you look, he's thrown a couple of bad picks right here in this postseason.
Yeah.
I mean, look, sooner or later, he's going to lose a big game. He's never lost a big game in his career.
Here's Joe Burrow on big game mentality.
Obviously, the players get better and the scheme gets better and everything. But, at the end of the day, your mindset stays the same. When I played in the state championship in high school, it feels the same as playing in the Super Bowl does now. At that moment in my life, that was the biggest game that I had ever played in. And, so everything kind of feels the same. I've just had more reps in those situations, so I'm probably even a little calmer.
Yep. So Joe Burrow getting ready for the Super Bowl. With that in mind, let's do our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tire. Pretty simple 3 and Out today. We're going to walk through some actual prop bets you can do out in Las Vegas. And you tell me how you would bet on these, over or under on all of these. And it's brought to you by Vulcan Tire.
4 great locations for you and your family. You can get that car winterized. They'll get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
I thought this was an interesting one. Total number of players
that make a pass in this game. 2.5 is the over-under. So do you think anybody other than Burrow or Stafford throws the football, LT?
You know, I don't know why they blew the Odell pass against Arizona when they were up 21. I think that would have been something.
By blow, I mean they showed it.
Yeah, they showed it. Why do you show that when you've got that game in hand? That's something you can keep in your arsenal for the Super Bowl that nobody had seen. I've got a feeling because they've only done it once this year, depending on where the Rams are in the field position, I think Johnny Hekker they're going to fake at least one. So I would go over this prop.
He's a pretty good passer, too.
He's a very good passer.
Yeah.
Former high school quarterback.
I agree with you. I think somebody does this, a Philly special or something.
I'd take the under. This it's
just quarterback passes.
Yeah, only quarterback passes. Where you get burned is, like you said, the Philly special, the fake punt, the Odell Beckham play, or a quarterback injury, which God, hope we don't have that, obviously. Yeah.
Yep.
But so that's where you get burned. I'm gonna make the easy bet and take the under.
Second down.
Touchdown passes from Joe Burrow. They got it at 1.5. So does he throw 2 or does he throw 1 or 0?
I will lean over that number. I do think that both Joe Mixon and Cam Akers are going to have opportunities here, especially Cam Akers. But I think that we're going to have a little more scoring than people believe in this game.
Just so you know, for fantasy football on the Super Bowl Sunday, I've already put in my lineup. Before you say anything in any of these things, I've already put in my lineup. Go ahead. What do you think? Over or under 2 touchdowns?
I'd like 2. I'll go under. I'd like it at 2. I think 2 is the good number, but I'd take under.
Okay. Let's do third down.
Hope you're right, bro.
Reading my line. 283.5 passing yards for Matt Stafford is a bet you can make there. 283 passing yards, 283.5.
I was
over
surprised
under on Stafford.
I saw the official number. It's about the same for both quarterbacks, which I would have thought.
I think Burrow's like 265.
Oh, I saw it the other day at 280 somewhere, but it could have gone down from there. It's when we were talking to Furman because I was looking at that prop, and they were one was like 281, one's 283.
But, they could be playing that as Burrow's going to be playing a little catch-up.
Well, which is why I thought his number might be a little bit higher because he might be throwing more from behind, which is how I think he will be.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I do. I've got this feeling that the Rams are not going to come out as aggressive. I think there's going to be I think run lanes are going to be open because I do think Cincinnati, if you watch them against Kansas City, they dropped 8 in coverage a lot. And I think they're going to do that because the Rams' passing attack has been so good. The only mistakes have been drop passes, red zone interception from Stafford. I mean, they're going to have opportunities. So I think Cam Akers will have the ability to run the football effectively. So I probably would go under that with Stafford.
Yeah, I think I would too because of what he just said.
Yeah, and, if you watch the first part of that Kansas City game, Tyreek Hill had all the space he needed to underneath, right? Throw it and let him run. Him run. And you could see a lot of that from the Rams, though, too. But if Cam can run, Cam can run.
Fourth down.
Jamar Chase receiving yards. I mean, there's debate on if you're the Rams, do you make somebody else beat you other than Jamar Chase? Do you put Ramsey and somebody on Jamar Chase? 80.5 yards.
Boy, it seems so easy. I hope this is under, and the reason why, when Jamar Chase goes 100+, the Bengals are 6-1 this year. I think number 5 is going to be right there on number 1. I think Jalen Ramsey will have that. And I think it's going to be about Darius Williams, the matchup with him and T. Higgins. T. Higgins 6'5". Darius Williams 5'11". To me, that's a mismatch. To me, one of the props to look for is over T. Higgins. Jamar Chase, I'll play it goes over, but boy, I hope it's between 80 and 100.
Yeah. Brown over 80.5.
I'll go over.
Big receiver.
He's a heck of a receiver. That's a great matchup, he versus Ramsey. And Mike Evans got, 2 games ago, got the better of that matchup, at least in one play.
Yeah, one big play. Yeah.
That's all it really takes.
The betting line in Vegas for T. Higgins receptions is 5.5. You'd go over 5.5 on that?
I don't know if I would play the over 5.5 or if I would play his over, which is probably like 65 or 68.
He was huge. He was especially huge in the Titans game because they were able, to a certain extent, to take Chase out of that game.
I played Chase's over in that Titans game, and I think the number was like 82, and he had that one reception in the first half. It was like 53 yards. Ultimately, it went over, but it was close.
Yeah, but they nickeled and dimed it after that. So by and large, Tennessee was able to take him out of the game, but it was T. Higgins that was open a lot.
Yeah, I saw this earlier that Matt Stafford, it was showing players in this game where they came out of high school recruited, where their rankings were. Matt Stafford was the number 1 quarterback coming out in 2006. Joe Burrow was like the number 16 quarterback, but it listed him as a quarterback defensive tackle.
What?
That's what it said on ESPN today. I've never heard that.
That is our 3 and Out today, brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires.
Well, again, locally owned and operated. These guys do a fantastic job. We've all been in. We've taken our families to see them. Anything you need bumper to bumper, they can handle for you. 4 locations and online, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Before Brown tells you about Farmfolio, a couple of things over in the Farmfolio chat room. Rex says, is Joe Burrow a vampire? In that interview there, this time of year where he hadn't been out in the sun a ton.
He's always pale.
He's got a very pale look. He would be a good cast to play next to, who is Kiefer Sutherland?
Kiefer Sutherland.
Kiefer Sutherland.
One of the Lost Boys?
One of the Lost Boys. He would be a Lost Boy. He has that look.
I've never seen him even in training camp in the September months. I've never seen him with any kind of color.
He's got the pale skin. Yeah.
Nick, watch
Looks
Cooper.
Sweaty too.
Yep. Nick says, watch Cooper Kupp throw a pass to Stafford in this game.
Has Cooper Kupp ever thrown an NFL pass?
I don't know. I can't.
I'll tell you what. I've read a lot about. We give Lance grief about Cooper Kupp, Rockstar, but I've read a lot about him over the last 2 weeks. He's a really impressive guy.
I
like him.
Shave that ratty ass
I
beard.
like him.
He called his wife when he got Offensive Player of the Year last night. He called his wife a fox.
Farmfolio chat room right there. We're back in a moment right here on TNR. Part of the show being brought to you by Farmfolio.
If you are worried about market volatility or inflation, let Farmfolio show you how your investment can turn into cash flowing farmland property. See more at farmfolio.net.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
Some things just stand the test of time. Your old truck, an aged bourbon, the memory of your first girlfriend, and a classic pair of Red Wing boots. Fall is upon us, and Red Wing boots are the ones every guy must have. Whether you're on the job site, working in the yard, exploring the trail, or heading out for the evening, Red Wing shoes will have you covered. Certified fit specialists will make sure you get the most comfortable boots with convenient locations in Pelham next to Publix and the new Trussville location between Metro Diner and Taco Mama. Red Wing boots, a classic you can enjoy every day.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about our friends at Gutter Cap. Tell price now if you call GutterCapBirmingham.com. Call my good friend Chris Stewart now, 205-823-2212. Cap it, don't snap it. It's Gutter Cap.
Hey, it's Jim Dunaway from the next round. You know the best thing I ever did for myself? I visited Way to Wellness. I just feel better when I have my weight gain under control. They helped me lose 45 pounds back in 2020. That lowered my blood pressure and gave me my life back. Everything is designed for you, and there are no contracts and no sign-up fees. And you even get a free consultation. The website is aplanforme.com or call 205-994-2393. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living. New year, new you, new opportunity. If you're looking to start a big project, consolidate some debt, or free up funds, a cash-out refinance can get you what you need. And Mortgage Right is there to make the refinancing process a breeze. Ready to start the new year with more cash in your pocket? Then head on over to mortgageright.com/TNR. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. A good locally owned company. mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 five-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Done building your family? A vasectomy is a safe, simple, effective option for birth control. When it was my time to take the snip, I used my friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. March Madness right around the corner, and there's no better time for a vasectomy. It's a great reason to be off your feet and be on the couch during the game with the wife's approval. It's a quick, in-office procedure covered by most insurances. Urology Centers of Alabama. 16 convenient locations. Call 205-922-SNP. That's 205-922-7647. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Cardinal Roofing, your home for financing one-day jobs and over 500 5-star reviews. Call them today, 205-900-ROOF, and mention the next round to get a discount on your next roof replacement.
Back with you on the next round.
Hey, DT is dual threat. They're telling us in the Farm Folio chat room he's not a defensive tackle. Dual threat quarterback, Lance. That's what the
Okay,
DT
I'm not a
stood for.
recruiting guy.
I
saw
either.
that. I was like, damn.
Yeah, but that does make more sense.
But
yes.
I would have thought the same thing. DT's a defensive
No,
tackle.
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Because it said quarterback and then /DT, which I didn't know he was a dual threat, but whatever.
What time will the Super Bowl actually kick off? I think it kicks at 5 o'clock.
Well, it'll ultimately be probably like 5:25, 5:30, somewhere in there. Yeah, a lot of pregame festivities.
Cowan Equipment brings us poll questions every day here on the show. We appreciate the fine folks at Cowan Equipment.
Yes, Cowan, always proud sponsor here on the next round, and they would love the opportunity to partner with your company for your heavy equipment needs. Visit us, go to Cowan.com to find out more about how we can be your heavy equipment solution, from rental and new equipment sales to superior service and parts. For more information, Cowan.com.
You can always vote at Next Round Live, where you can also see my drive-in video today, Dr. Love. I give you some a key Valentine's tip from Dr. Love. We basically ask you who you got. You got the Rams -4, the Bengals +4. Lance wants you to pick Bengals +4. The Rams leading right now, 56% like the Rams -4, 44% Bengals +4.
It has to get like 60% or higher for me to be concerned at that point. If I'm always going against the public.
No, I really don't care as long as the money's split. I just didn't want a bunch of people on the Rams.
Yeah.
Okay. LT's got a beer. Happy Friday to everybody. I'll grab one in a second.
Thank you, Bud Light, for all you do for us. Bud Light next. Looking forward. You had one of those yesterday live on the show, right?
I did. I was trying to pull one, but we switched from an IPA that Budweiser offers to our Stella, which Budweiser offers. And I got a little mixture.
Well, you know what? I want to remind you, you had a burger yesterday that had chicken McNuggets on it and a McMuffin that had a hash brown on it. I think you could live.
So Lance says you're not too particular, apparently.
So if I drink that Stella mixed with the IPA, would you wipe off 2 steaks?
No.
What is the worst that could happen?
What about one steak?
You got to try to fly off the roof.
I'll tell you what, I'll wipe off a steak if you do a keg stand for 30 straight seconds.
Oh, first of all, me upside down.
We've got intern Jack will hold your feet.
Yeah, Jack's, what does Jack go, 6'4"?
He's a big dude.
Jack's a big dude.
Yeah, he is. He can definitely hold your feet.
If we were having our TNR basketball team
I want
right
to see
now,
Farm Folio. Does everybody want to see Dunaway on the Friday eve of Super Bowl 56?
All the steaks? All the steaks?
One.
Yeah.
Half of one. Appetizer. Half an appetizer.
Lance holds those steaks in his hands. You can't get them.
Jack doesn't know this, but if the TNR team was playing Auburn this weekend, you've got Kessler, Jack. You got to guard Kessler, man.
Good luck.
Yeah, that's okay. Lunsford's on. We're going to put Lunsford on Jabari.
I got Wendell Green. Leave me in the dust.
All right, here we go. Now we've been keeping a couple of things in our holster all week for the Super Bowl weekend. And if we do get a letter, by the way, from Auburn about Bryan Harsin, we'll pass it along to you. But right now, first of all, you saw something happening in Detroit, which is alarming a little bit if you're a Lions fan.
Yeah, so we're only 53 hours out before we kick this thing, which is so exciting. But somebody sent me earlier, I think Barstool posted this, and Forster's got it. This is at a sports memorabilia shop in Detroit. Look at what they've printed. This is an embarrassment, Rocky.
I can't see. I'm in another room.
Detroit Rams shirts, right?
So they've got your Detroit, your lion with a Rams helmet on it, and it says Detroit Lions on the T-shirts.
Detroit Rams, yeah.
Detroit Rams.
Is it being sold? Like, is it being people buying it? Well, if it's Detroit, my God.
I don't know.
You've had a lot of embarrassing moments in your franchise. This might be the most, Rockstar.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lion with Rams
horns.
horns.
The Dolphins, but what can you do?
Dolphins have won 2 Super Bowls, Rockstar.
Boom.
Oh, you act like that wasn't the perfect comeback to what you just said.
No, I mean, I'm shocked. I mean, I've never seen anything like this.
No, we haven't won a playoff game in 20 years.
Yeah. By the way, I think they're violating some logo issues with the NFL left and right there.
Well, it's NFL on NFL crime, right?
I don't know. That tag doesn't look approved.
That's true. Well, that's a bad shirt, too. There's no way I would wear that.
Shirt. It looks itchy, too.
If I'm a Detroit fan, I appreciate what Matt Stafford did for me. I'm probably pulling for him, but I'm not going to embrace it that much.
I will also say this Bush League store, if we go back to the entrance, look who's sporting the Detroit Tiger jersey.
Who is it? Well, they've also got Bengals stuff in there, too, so they're going to play both sides.
Wait, one more time, Forrester. Look at that.
Who is it?
It's Alvin from Alvin and the Chipmunks, is it
wow.
not? And he's doing like hang 10.
Yeah.
I thought it was just a Cecil Fielder teddy bear.
What was his first name?
Cecil?
Cecil.
Was he not Cecil?
I think it's Cecil.
Cecil.
I thought he pronounced it Cecil.
Cecil.
Cecil Fielder.
All right. Also, LT, you're having some great food, watching your team play. What's going to be on your menu?
So I am going to go with some chicken.
Like Southern fried chicken?
Southern fried chicken. I'm going to do some greens, some fried okra, some coleslaw, potato salad, baked beans. The dessert is supposed to be these custom cookies. I think they're Rams cookies.
Y'all gonna pass the plate and have a altar call? That sounds like a good Southern Baptist.
The roommate. I promised Lady Bird, though. This is going to sound really bad.
You promised the dog?
She can't remember. I promise.
By the way, and I don't know if this is a trend and or an angle, but while Lady Bird, because I even last night I was checking flights again to get out to LA today. While I've watched a postseason game with Lady Bird, she's only been with us 3 years. The Rams are 6-1 in the postseason. Only lost last year in Lambeau. They're 3-0 at home with Lady Bird watching beside me. So anyway, I promised her last week. I told her down 17-7. If the Rams somehow win this, you're getting Wagyu steak on Super Bowl Sunday.
Oh my God.
Are you kidding me?
Well, I'm just going to get her like...
She's going to hold you to it, too.
I'm going to get like a 6-ounce cut for after the game, and I'll give her a couple of ounces.
You got to get Brown to cook it if you want it done right.
It's true. Don't want to mess up that Wagyu from the New York Butcher Shop.
Brown and I have been told we cannot even be upstairs while he's watching the
I
game.
told you guys you can come by until 4 o'clock. 4 o'clock's my cutoff.
Lance gave us that menu, and I'm like, man, that sounds good. And Dunaway, of course, screwing with him, was like, so is there enough for us if we come over and watch the game? And LT's like, you're not watching the game at the house. I'm like, I don't want to. I do not want to watch the game with Lance. But if I did, I can't even tell.
I get it. No, but I did say you could come by and hang out.
You
before.
did? No, you were very kind with that.
I would like to watch the game upstairs on another one of your TV just so I could hear you downstairs.
I've done that. Not as fun.
Yeah. Oh, I've done that.
Yeah.
So I was in the same.
I mean, a lot of people like going to parties. I enjoy watching at the house.
I am with you.
Like, I don't think I've ever watched Super Bowl at anybody's house.
We were having that discussion in the hallway.
One time
we're having that discussion in the hallway. The only place other than my house I watched the Super Bowl is the year the Bucks won it the first time. I was with Dunaway at a sports bar.
Buffalo Wild Wings.
Buffalo Wild Wings is what he tells me. And one other year I went to a friend's house the year the Rams lost to the Patriots.
Yep.
First game in high def. I went to his house because he had a high def television.
There was one other one.
I thought you watched 49ers Ravens with me.
Where were we?
In my basement.
Yeah, I've watched a lot at your house.
Oh, I guess I did. Yeah, I forgot about those.
I watched a lot of Super Bowls.
Because I keep getting hit up about the board. I do a really good board. You guys will admit
absolutely.
The board's fun.
But it's more fun on Championship Sunday.
It is more fun on Championship Sunday because you get the double dip.
That
the
is
problem with the board is having to control it is you've got to keep up because somebody's winning money nonstop.
That's Rockstar's favorite part.
I'm not dealing with it Super Bowl Sunday. I think one of you guys should do it. I'll throw my money in and you just let me know if I win something.
We'll play it by ear. I may do that.
You'll do that, Jim.
And you also watched Panthers-Patriots with me at a Buffalo Wild Wings.
I don't think so.
Yeah, the Janet Jackson game.
Oh, yeah, I did.
Yep.
Yeah, I've watched it a lot of places.
That was...
So I'm starting to wonder if you ever watched the Super Bowl at home.
That's a great question. I really don't know.
All right, before we take our next break, the playlist at halftime. Do you have this figured out?
Yeah, I've got it figured out. Well, I say I've got it figured out. I think there's going to be 6 total songs. They're not going to go in the full duration of the song. It is tricky. There's a couple that Here's the way I'll start it. Like, do you start with your headliners?
I've got a Jimbo Fisher this thing up here.
Do you start with your headliners, or do you start with the B-list acts are Mary J. Blige and Kendrick Lamar? And I know both.
No,
are
headliner
super
goes
popular.
first. Yeah,
I would say Dr. Dre goes first, and he sort of is the anchor of the whole thing, and everyone else is going to spoke off of him.
Here's the way I'm going. I think they open with the next episode. Okay. I think they go into, because the first, or not the first collaboration, the first big collaboration when Snoop Dogg came into the public eye was in 1992 on The Chronic with Dr. Dre and Nothing But a G Thing. It was huge.
I have Nothing But a G Thing down here.
So I think you go from next episode to Nothing But a G Thing. Then I think you bring in the equality, a little female flavor with Family Affair with Mary J. Blige. From Family Affair, I think you go All the Stars. That's your one Kendrick Lamar. You're not going to get humble at all. You're going to get All the Stars because it's mainstream, Black Panther soundtrack. You can throw out the star holograms, people dancing, all that stuff.
Everybody lights on in the stadium.
From All the Stars, then you bring in Eminem by himself for Lose Yourself.
Okay.
And then I think you do the finale, everybody on stage. It's only two going. It's Dre and it's the late, great Tupac. But I think you end with California Love. And I don't know if you do a collaboration of, Kendrick Lamar and Eminem doing the Tupac part. But I think it's next episode, Nothing But a G Thing, Family Affair, All the Stars, Lose Yourself, California Love.
So no Drop It Like It's Hot.
No.
Okay. No Higher from Eminem.
No,
No Down with LPP.
I mean, forget about Dre could be the only other one because it was the first collaboration between Dre and Eminem.
So no Still Dre.
I mean, Still Dre could be on there, but I think this is the way they're going to do it. But I don't know if they're going to do it in this order.
Family Ties from Kendrick. No.
I think the only Kendrick you're going to get is All the Stars.
21 Billboard #1 albums.
I mean, does 6 sound like a lot for a halftime?
That is a little heavy, but some of those will be
mashed up. Yeah, montages. That's the way LT plays it out. Keep that list. Let's see how close he gets it. That's a great call on the Stars, though. Everybody holding up the lights in the stadium and sync to the music.
And I don't think you can go Lose Yourself for the first song. I think Lose Yourself is going to be the most iconic, popular song, as far as the mainstream.
Yep.
But I think you've got to bring that out somewhere in the middle towards the end. Would you guys give me that?
Yep.
I think that really gets people over the top going into the second half.
I mean, if it starts with Lose Yourself, then it seems like Eminem is the face of this, and really he's not.
Dre is the face of this.
Dre is the face.
Yeah,
of
100%.
This. All right. That's the Pepsi halftime show coming up. When we come back, we continue the conversation and sort of reset the table on what is going on this weekend down at Auburn with Game Day and Bryan Harsin. Our friends at Hemphill Services brings you that playlist from LT.
Yeah, look, disaster can strike at any time. That's why you need to have our friends at Hemphill on speed dial. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name Birmingham's trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services, 205-229-2090.
Where will Brown
Morning,
go
walking on my
next?
drive.
The next round. Your home for the Bracket Challenge.
It was 1881 when Seiko began its legacy as a true watch manufacturer, and one of the most significant achievements from Seiko was the creation of the world's first quartz watch, delivering unmatched performance at the time. Bromberg's is thrilled to be an official Seiko jeweler and introduce another fine timekeeping brand to Birmingham. You'll find a wide selection of classics and limited edition timepieces at the Mountain Brook store. From the most elegant to the most rugged sports models, Seiko has it all. Available now at Bromberg's in Mountain Brook.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of The Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. all at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. And if you're like me, you probably added an inch or two to your waistline over the holidays. If Santa didn't put new shoes under your tree, it's time to treat yourself so you can walk or run those extra pounds off. Make your New Year's resolution to get out and exercise. At the New Balance Birmingham store, get the perfect fitting shoe to motivate you. Shop the New Balance Birmingham store on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trustful, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone, the New York Butcher Shop. Rare quality, well-done service.
Support the show and grab some great t-shirts and hoodies right now in the Next Round store. Buy the Alabama State map shirts in your team's favorite colors, the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest, or Next Round flag shirts are also online now. Just go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store. The traditional Next Round logo shirts are there too. Buy them for yourself or they make a great gift for someone else. And let us know what you'd like to see in the store coming up. Nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Rockstar here to give you my Way to Wellness update. I have already lost 5 pounds after only a couple of weeks on the program. I'm already a third of the way to my goal weight. This program works. What program, you ask? Why, it's Way to Wellness. Way to Wellness partners with each patient to develop a treatment plan tailored to their individual needs, focusing on weight loss and reducing the health risks associated with obesity. Join our challenge at nextroundlive.com or learn more about Way to Wellness at aplanforme.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Road Show Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fans Central.
The next round, you'll find us where the big games are played.
Jeff B. wants to know, will Dale from Boise call in on Feinbaum today? Be a great time for a victory lap if that really was Bryan Harsin's dad.
Told you so.
To call back up there. Still nothing from Auburn yet on an official release, if they're even going to do that, according to the way the report went.
That is correct. Brandon Marcello, our friend with 24/7, is reporting that there is a team meeting this afternoon where it is anticipated that the team will be told Bryan Harsin is sticking around. I'm just interested in how Auburn kind of couches this whole thing. Do you just up front say, hey, look, we had some allegations against your coach and we did an investigation and we found nothing to that? Or, how do you explain why you're having to tell everyone that, hey, this guy's still our coach?
Have you ever been with a crazy couple that fights all the time and they just admit they're crazy?
Yep.
Hey, look, man, we're crazy.
Maggie and me, yeah.
Wouldn't it just be?
Well, Maggie's pretty normal.
Wouldn't it be a little, interesting or I don't know. I don't know what word I'm looking for. But if Auburn just came out and said, look, we're dysfunctional. We've been dysfunctional for a while.
You guys know that about us.
Yeah. We had to vet this. We tried to fire the dude. We heard something. We couldn't fire him. We didn't want to pay the 18.3. Let's see what he can do next
so
year.
He's going to coach you. I don't know how they couch it. And I don't know how they were going to couch it if they fired him without cause. Now, if they fired him with cause, which is what they were trying to do, it's easy. You say, we've got this, this, and this on him, and we're firing him. And now he probably takes you to court, and you have to defend all that. But firing him without cause, what were they going to say?
Yeah, right.
What were they? Hey, we just don't think he's good enough. We're going to give him $18.5 million to leave after 1 year.
Yeah, I mean, one of those, fabricated allegations, which I even hate to bring it up, people would have been like, okay, he had to go.
Yeah, but if you didn't do that, if you paid him the full $18.5, there's no way any of those were true. So you just had to say, hey, look, we gave the guy 1 year. We don't like him, and he's out of here. And then it does become potentially difficult to hire another guy after that.
So first loss next year.
Well, they get the first 5 at home.
I just don't know how good Penn State's going to be. I don't think Penn State's going to be really good.
I don't either. I don't think that's one of their more difficult games next year, honestly.
Keep in mind, they didn't have 24/7 rankings back then. But in 2004, the recruiting class after the 2003 season, Tommy Tuberville put up the 21st best recruiting class when the scandal was going on.
Right.
The very next year, which was 2005, off of an unbeaten season where some people thought they got screwed by not even getting a chance to play for a championship, and they were unbeaten. Where do you think he rose that 21 ranking up to?
8.
13th.
Yeah, I was going to say 13.
Because you always wonder, even unbeaten, is he going to hang around now that he's unbeaten? Does he want to get out of there?
Yeah.
I mean, that becomes the next question, right? What if he is successful next year?
Well,
what if he turns it into a 9-4 season?
Lance asked the question, first loss. Lance, the first 3, Mercer, San Jose State. I'm with you, Penn State. I'm not sure it's going to be that great this year. Missouri at home. I mean, that can't.
I'm giving them a win.
Yeah, I think too. LSU at home. I mean, we don't know a lot about Brian Kelly, but I think Auburn's got a good shot at starting 4-0 with LSU coming to town to go 5-0.
I feel pretty good LSU. I mean, I shouldn't say pretty good, but I will take Brian Kelly any day of the week over Bryan Harsin.
Now it gets tricky. If you
I think they're 3-1.
If you beat LSU, let's say they beat LSU and they're 5-0. They're at Georgia. It's a tough game. Now, Georgia's not going to be as good as they were last year, but still going to be really good.
Harsin ain't winning that game.
By the way, right now, Bruce Feldman is reporting that the release will come out at 1 o'clock Central Time.
Of course it will. We're going to stick around? What do you want to do?
I'll hang around for a second. Hang around. I mean, it's only a few seconds.
Yeah. At Georgia, at Ole Miss.
I would say that's a loss.
That's a tough one.
Yeah. Won that game last year, but I think it's a loss this year.
Yeah.
Bye week, you host Arkansas. That's a tough game. Arkansas is going to be much improved.
That's a loss.
You're at Mississippi State. It's a tough game. You host A&M. Tough game. Western Kentucky, and then you host Alabama. I mean, that's the problem with Harsin is he can get all this goodwill. He could go 5-0, and you haven't even really played the meat of your schedule yet. You got all that goodwill. You're 5-0, and everybody's fired up. And then you're at Georgia, at Ole Miss, Arkansas, at Mississippi State, Texas A&M, at Alabama. Every tough game you play is in the second half of that schedule. And a lot of them are on the road. Because you've got 5 home games to start the year. Math tells you you're going to play a lot of road games.
Better start 5-0.
Well, yeah.
You need that. You don't need losses to Missouri or like that out of the gate. Long way to get to the actual games in the field. But according to Bruce Feldman, his sources telling him Auburn will send out the release at 1 o'clock Central Time. That's in 10 minutes. We'll take a quick break here and then come back on the other side and ride it until we get the release maybe. That's all coming up. The show being brought to you by our friends at Precision Sports. You're looking for an injury update? Watch both tight ends in the Super Bowl. Who can get the most out of Higbee or Uzama in that game? And does Blanton or another player step in and have big games at tight end? It's part of the conversation for the Super Bowl.
Uzama will play. Higbee will not play. From pediatrics to geriatrics, injuries starting to pile up on the field and in the yard. Affiliated with Brookwood Baptist Health, Precision Sports Medicine, and Orthopedics. 9 convenient locations, including the return of hand surgeon Dr. Joseph Sherrill. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or go online, precisionsportsortho.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
The new location of Walk-Ons is now open at Stadium Trace in Hoover near the Hoover Met. And just like the location off Highway 280, you get authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh from scratch every day. Walk-Ons happy hour is 2 to 6 Monday through Friday. $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. Download the Walk-Ons mobile app for an easy take-home experience for the family. It's game day with a taste of Louisiana at Walk-Ons off Highway 281-19 and now at Stadium Trace near the Hoover Met.
Does your kneecap swell after exercising? Did you feel pain in the knees pushing around the lawnmower? Do you have discomfort in your knees simply getting up from the couch at halftime? Precision has 9 locations in the Birmingham metro area to get your life back on track. We are rebuilding champions on and off the field, so make that appointment today. Call 855-219-6200 or visit PrecisionSportsOrtho.com.
Hello, Vulcan here. Can we talk? Sure, I'm the biggest thing in Birmingham, being 56 feet tall, but big isn't always better. It's what you're big on. Like the great community banking at First Bank's new financial center in Homewood. Their reputation for customer service towers. Bank where you stand tall, without birds perching on your head. No, they're building a nest.
First Bank, now open at 404 Hollywood Boulevard. Member FDIC.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com. Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Nothing to do tonight? Wanna bet? It's nonstop gaming action at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. You'll find the latest and greatest games featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. Wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. And try your luck on our popular sports parlay promotion. Don't miss your chance to win at the Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Located off I-459, exit 31. Must be 21 or older.
Anytime you use the phrase world famous, it means something. Gus's Fried Chicken is in fact world famous. It's been featured in GQ, Forbes, The Washington Post, on the Food Network, and the Travel Channel. And Gus's recipe has been around since 1953. It's routinely ranked the top spot for the best fried chicken in multiple U.S. publications. Visit 2201 2nd Avenue South or online GusFriedChicken.com. Gus's is a great catering option for office and holiday parties, and they even cook on site. Get the family meal on the drive home at 2201 2nd Avenue South or visit online GusFriedChicken.com.
Mortgage Right brings us the final segment today. And as always, Mortgage Right, big part of our show and a big part of your life. You want to refinance in 2022, start with our friends at Mortgage Right.
Yeah, hey, in today's world, responsibilities don't stop. For some, it's house cleaning or finding a way to stay awake during their next Zoom meeting. And for others, it's figuring out how to make their home buying experience the best it can possibly be. Our friends at Mortgage Right may not have the cure to boredom, but they do know how to get you into your dream home with ease. You don't have to worry about becoming a short notice mortgage expert because Mortgage Right does all the heavy lifting for you. Mortgage Right's trusted mortgage professionals will help you choose the right financing option and stand by your side every single step of the way. Make home ownership easy by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR, NMLS 2239, equal housing lender.
All right, big basketball happening down to tomorrow at Auburn Arena. Get game day, 10 o'clock Central Time for that. The game starts at 11 with Texas A&M in town. Of course, the arena will be packed and be packed early for game day as well. It'll be a great atmosphere if you want to watch that, if you're not planning on being down at Auburn Arena. Alabama coming off the great shooting game over in Oxford. They get a real battle with Arkansas I mean, how do you see this one playing out? I mean, this Arkansas team is red hot. Can't touch it, LT.
Yeah, look, I think, J.D. Note, you saw how he played the other night against Auburn. I mean, he's a guy that can take a game over. And when you've got a body like Jalen Williams that can do a lot of different things for Arkansas, they're playing with a ton of confidence. They just knocked off number one. Great game this past, was it Tuesday or Wednesday night? I can't even keep up with the Tuesday night. So now they've won 9 consecutive games. I think Alabama's going to be a slight favorite. I don't think Alabama hits 14 threes, but I think this is a back-and-forth game, and I think good spot for Alabama. I think Alabama wins this game.
It'd be an impressive win with what Arkansas has done. This would be another one to put on your resume for Alabama if they can get it done at home. 11 o'clock for that game as well. UAB plays again on Sunday on the road at Old Dominion after their win last night over Southern Mississippi.
And real quick, Dunaway, if Arkansas wins this game, Arkansas goes from unranked to, after the 2 wins this week, probably like number 18 or 19.
Yeah, but I think even a loss on the road at Alabama, if it's respectable, I think they'll still be ranked after the win over Auburn. All right, before we wrap up the official show and hang around for a second or two to see if there is a release from Auburn.
It's definitely coming, by the way.
Give me a Super Bowl prediction. I'll go first. I'll take Rams 41, Bengals 17. Rams.
I don't think you've ever predicted a blowout that big.
Rams 41, Bengals 17. This is the way it was when I was a kid. This is Cowboys Bills to me.
I just wonder how different it would be if I was a Steelers fan.
I no influence on that at all. I mean, I promise you, I'm not playing games. It was that way. Even if you were not a Rams fan, with all the moves they made, the money, the SoFi Stadium and everything, it's an attractive place for free agencies. I mean, the Rams are a cool place to be right now. I wish I was a Rams fan. Brown?
I think it's going to be Rams 28-17.
28-17 Rams for you. Not the blowout you said earlier this week.
Oh, it's fairly one-sided.
I'd take it. I'm going to excuse myself because I'm cussing the game. I'm not calling the game, but I'm cussing the game. I can't be objective right now.
No,
I really
can't. You can't.
Rockstar, you got a pick?
Oh, Rams big. I'll do Rams by 3 touchdowns. So, let's do the old Bills Cowboys game, 52-17.
Did you guys watch the Bengals? And the only reason I bring this up is because we've got around the table, everybody's got Rams winning by double digits. You look at all of the other experts out there, it's 50-50 down the middle on who wins the game.
Yeah.
That's just a little surprising that all of you guys have got the Rams.
Yeah, it's not the game that I'm expecting. Not one that split 50-50 down. Cowherd also picked the Rams, says everybody. Hannah Storm, of course, on the Rams. We always go to Hannah for our predictions. That's our show today. Thanks so much for being with us. We're back live with you coming up on Monday at 9 a.m. Central Time. The replay starts right now. If you want to hang around, you can do that, and we'll read this email together from Auburn. But until next time, we're the Next Round. God bless you. God bless America. All right, now, continuous coverage happening here live. A little, we call that a hiccup in the business.
Yeah, it's going to be an announcement from Auburn, and Bryan Harsin, my understanding is going to have a separate statement as well, which I think could be fascinating. I have no earthly idea what to expect from Bryan Harsin's statement. I don't know how strong and verbose he is going to be now with this newfound clout that he's got, I would say, as the Auburn head coach, having stared down the Auburn Power Boosters and won for the time being. How much of a victory lap do you think Bryan Harsin takes in this? I think that is very, very interesting to see right now.
Knowing his representation, he will not take a victory lap.
I think his representation probably has had a very tiring and somewhat combative week. I think the natural inclination would be to do that. They, I think, generally play these things pretty conservatively.
Yeah, look, I think it's going to be, excited to be here, as I always have been. I want to be the Auburn coach, lead this team to a championship. We're going to do it my way. I just don't think there's going to be a shots at all. I think it's going to be very generic. I think these statements will be very underwhelming.
Yeah, nothing has changed for me, is what you would be expecting from Bryan Harsin. I came here to do a job. I've never wavered from wanting to do that job, and I'm going to keep doing that job.
To hell with Smoke Monday. It might end by saying that.
I mean, it does. I mean, those players that were outspoken on things like Instagram Live those days, that becomes an odd situation for them on how they're perceived by the Auburn fans. I mean, because you sort of turned turned on the king, and the king is hanging around.
Well, again, you guys brought this up. I mean, when you get to the NFL Combines, and I would assume Smoke was invited.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, those are questions. If I'm one of those 32 general managers, if I'm part of a front office of a team, if I've got Smoke in front of me, I'm asking. You said your comments were with Bryan Harsin, you didn't play as hard as you would have for another coach. So if things go bad and you don't necessarily like the coach, we've lost a couple of games, you're not going to play as hard.
All right, we're continuing our coverage today live so that we can give you an update on what's going on down at Auburn. We're expecting a Bryan Harsin or an Auburn release. Which one comes first, we'll see in a second. But earlier today, Chris Lowe and Pete Thamel reporting that after a surreal week plus down on the plains, according to Chris Lowe, that he and Pete Thamel had learned that Auburn football is expected to bring Bryan Harsin back as head coach, is the way Chris Lowe worded it. And many Auburn fans asked, why are they bringing him back? He never left. He's the head coach, which is why we've used the phrasing retained as head coach all day long. They're not going to separate from Bryan Harsin. That is the expectations in a release that should be oncoming momentarily. Pete Thamel also part of the reporting throughout the day as well.
It does feel very NFL-like because you see this happen sometimes. There's heavy speculation, and in the NFL they talk about this way more out in the open than they do in college football because the owners are far more accessible, and they're ultimately the ones making the decision. There's never a question about who makes the decision in the NFL. It's not some hidden power booster. It's not an AD. It is the owner, and Jerry Jones often will be asked about it. And a lot of times they'll leave a guy dangling in the wind for a little bit, and then they'll come back and say, hey, we've chosen to retain him. This feels very NFL, except that you don't really 100% know who's making the decisions here. A lot of people have a pretty good idea, but there's nobody that's doing the interview saying, hey, I'm the ultimate decision maker.
Yeah, and I'm probably going to bail on you guys because this is a program that it took them over a week to figure out that they weren't going to fire a coach they already had under contract for just 1 year. It's already here.
Yeah, here we go. We got the release in just now, and it's from the Auburn family. To the Auburn family from Dr. Jay Googe. I am pleased to report that the evaluations of concerns raised regarding our football program is complete. I am equally pleased to confirm that Bryan Harsin remains our head football coach. As an institution of higher education, Auburn will always take the action necessary to ensure the well-being of its students, faculty, and staff. Recently, individuals raised concerns to my administration about the football program. The nature of these concerns compelled a fact-finding review. To do nothing would have been an abdication of the university's responsibilities. Brown, if you want to take over, these are going to be big words, apparently.
They are. Over the past week, my administration, this is a long statement, by the way, so buckle up. And if you'll keep an eye for Bryan Harsin as well, over the past week, my administration conducted that review. It included meetings and interviews with current and former football coaching and administrative staff, numerous players, university administrators, and other individuals who offered perspective on the issues that had been raised. To be clear, this process, which was never individual or outcome specific, did not yield information that should change the status of our coaching staff or football program. All should understand that in matters such as these, the roles of the university administration and the board of trustees are distinct and separate. To be very specific, the decisions made were mine alone as president. The board played no role in the fact-finding or the decision-making process. Specific to Coach Harsin, he was completely cooperative throughout this inquiry and is equally eager to consider and address any identified issues head-on. My most recent conversation with Coach Harsin have me as convinced as ever in his commitment to our student athletes, on and off the field success, and vision for our program. We are equally committed to providing him the necessary means to achieve that goal. Unfortunately, social media fueled wild speculation, substantial misinformation, and unfair attacks on good Auburn people. A feeding frenzy resulted that was beyond anyone's control. We regret the concern, anger, frustration, or hurt this has caused any member of the Auburn family.
Can we interrupt with Bryan Harsin?
Sure.
More interesting, I think. From Bryan Harsin, this has been one of the hardest weeks of my career, and it had nothing to do with my coaching ability. The personal attacks on me and my family went too far and were without justification. Their resolve throughout this experience has been incredible, but also completely expected. We saw and felt the worst of the worst in some people. Fortunately, we also saw the best of the best in others, and will always be grateful for the support of so many through a very difficult time, our players, staff, the Auburn family, and many others. I know who I am as a husband, as a father and as a football coach, and cooperated fully throughout this process. I believe that every challenge in my life is an opportunity to grow and learn. This is no different. Every day we're not moving forward together is a step in the wrong direction. In order for us to take the Auburn program where we all want it to go, we must, at all levels, commit to each other and this great university that we all love. I'm confident we can get there under the leadership of Dr. Googe, incoming President Dr. Roberts, Alan Green, and our Board of Trustees. I'm proud to be your head coach and appreciate the opportunity to lead the incredible group of young men in our locker room, War Eagle.
Yeah, Googe went on to say, basically, families fight, but they find a way to bury the hatchet and move on as one. That everyone stands behind Coach Harsin. They're ready to help him succeed. I will read this because it's hard for me to believe that Jay Googe can send this out with a straight face. I know the past week has been an incredibly trying time for Coach Harsin, his family, and many others. Personal and intentional attacks have been publicly levied, almost all of them anonymous, without regard for their resulting real-world ramifications. Auburn never has, and I hope never will, legitimize reckless rumors or innuendo with public comment. While Coach Harsin understands some level of public criticism comes with the job, what he and his family have endured this past week was beyond the pale. We regret the concern and anxiety this situation caused the Harsin family and others involved. The source of all those rumors came from the Auburn side. Be it fans, be it supporters, these things did not just generate out of thin air from members of the media. So it is difficult for me to take Jay Googe seriously when he's pointing the finger at people other than people from within inside Auburn.
We'll talk about a lot more of this on Monday, but I would tell you the one thing that comes from the Jay Googe comments for me, as he's the outgoing president, and he says that the investigation and all this started with him and ended with him, that the Board of Trustees had nothing to do with that. How much of that do you believe?
None of it.
Yeah, me too.
I mean, the guy is outgoing.
Yeah, I'm the outgoing president. You guys are going to pay me a lot of money for me to leave, and I'm going to take my money. And you want me to say this? Absolutely, I'll say this, because you know what? By this time next year, you guys won't even remember who the hell I am.
I'll be at that beach in Mexico. Yeah. Coach Harsin was out all week.
Yeah, so to think that the Board of Trustees let this happen to their program for over a week and a half and had nothing to do with this, that's a comment that doesn't hold water. And everything else that you can buy, and obviously all of the real emotions from Bryan Harsin are true and real. All that right there. Full releases. We'll put them up on our website for you to read them in their entirety, unedited, and we'll drop that for you this afternoon. Any closing thoughts before we get out of here?
It's one of the craziest. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen unfold in college football.
Again, and it gets more and more fascinating as we get closer to the regular season.
Yep.
Recruiting, spring practice, and officially getting that salary approved from the Board of Trustees for the offensive coordinator, all still to come for Auburn as they move forward. But it's basketball time in Auburn. They've got the number one team in the country, at least for one more game tomorrow with College Game Day, 10 a.m. The game tips at 11, what will be another sold-out Auburn arena. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.